inquisitive beings, and welcome to the All 12 Signs video series of Venus in Gemini. My name's Chloe and I work with card divination, astrology, and I channel energies through my body. As you can see, my hands are moving around right now. This is independent of my conscious thought. I bring all these mediums together to help us understand the energies that are around right now, the astro weather, what may come up, and how to integrate this energy, raise its vibration, and co-create on a soul level. I work with the tropical zodiac, and this means that this is based off of the solstices and equinoxes. These are pivotal points both for us and for nature. We are nature. We are all connected. I also work with Hellenistic principles. This is based off the Greco-Roman period over 2,000 years ago. And what does this mean? This means I don't apply the modern rulership of Scorpio to Pluto, Uranus to Aquarius, and Neptune to Pisces. I also work with the whole house system. So this means for each sign represents the whole of a house. I also don't apply Aries to the first house for each rising sign. The way that I focus with tarot is on the inner work. For me, the more that we focus on our inner work and question everything and uncover the layers and layers and layers that make up the nuanced, multidimensional, multifaceted beings that we are, the more that we understand truly what we are and who we are. And that vibrational frequency ripples out into the world, changing the dynamics that we have with people, changing our situations, as well as being that integration and integrity is then available to the collective. So that's how I apply the tarot when I go through it, as well as the astrology, because in private readings, if there are personal questions about work or romance or other elements coming into your life, that's when these things will come into play. So as you can see, I channel through my body. This is an integration of the energetic field of the different dimensions. The energies want to come through and help facilitate this integration of the messages. Also, there's healing involved when I'm doing this. And so when I'm doing the readings for each rising sign, this can mean that I'm quite quiet at times because I'm letting the energies do what they need to do. I'll also mention when I have energy releases. At the moment, my feet are currently tapping on the floor. I'll mention those things for you to see what intuitively you respond, how you respond to that. It also, sometimes the decks can be quite funny with me, and this is because the energies want me to stop to do the energetic work. So do bear with me when this is happening. This is all part of the integration of what we're doing in this channel. Right, so I just want to say thank you to all the new viewers, all the regulars. It really means a lot to me for the energy transfer and the time that you're spending here with me. I do very much appreciate it. I have an Instagram account where I post after doing the readings. It tends to clarify and bring things together, and sometimes other messages come through. I post all of this on the community page, so for those of you who don't want to sign up on Instagram or don't want to be a part of it, it's there and easy for you to access there. Also with like the new and full moons, I'll post up the charts so you can look at those while listening to the videos. Right, if anything in this video resonates with you, there are ways that you can pay it forward. So YouTube isn't pushing long form content, and so if you feel like this resonates and this has helped you understand and helped you see what's going on, and you want that to sort of go out into the wider world for other people to perhaps tap into that, then there are things that you can do. You can like the video, you can put a comment, even if it's just an emoji. Any interaction on the channel helps boost the algorithm. You can subscribe. Hello, new viewers. You can share this with other people. Those of you who are regulars who get notifications of when videos come out, instead of accessing it via the notification, writing in the name of this channel, all the cards on the table, hello, how are you, and search from there and access the video that way. That boosts the algorithm, as well as watching more than one video in a row. Don't do this for me. I'm not asking you to do this. It's only if you resonate with it and you want other people to be able to access this information on a personal level. I would love to hear from you. I really like to see and hear what's going on in the astro weather for each of you individually, and see how it's affecting you. Perhaps you've got some tips and helpers to help us work with that energy that you want to share. Would love to hear from you on that as well. Right, Venus in Gemini. So she's been in Gemini for a while. She's been in there since the 11th of April. I like to do for these transit videos, I like to sit with the energy because it's different every time. Venus in Gemini is not the same as previous Venus in Geminis, and see what comes up and see, you know, what messages she wants to share with us all. And that's meant that, because at the moment we've got Saturn at the very early degrees of Pisces, now we've got Pluto at the very early degrees of Aquarius, that there are quite a lot of sort of aspects that are happening right at the beginning of every transit at the moment, that is happening immediately. So I haven't been able to catch those. I've also had a fair amount go on. So this video isn't as comprehensive as I would like it to be. However, it's still been very much cool to do it. Venus still wants these messages to get out. My hands are now just sort of going like that around my head and around my mind, in between my third eye and my crown chakra, and now over my heart chakra. I will be pulling cards. There'll be 4 different piles. I'll be doing the Venus in Gemini in general, and then there are 2 aspects that I'm going to talk about: a sextile to Chiron, a sextile to Jupiter, and then how these energies are going to move forward. I will do that for each of the rising signs. I recommend, for those of you who know your time of birth, to check out your rising sign first. This has the biggest impact on who you are and where you're going, but also very valid to check out your sun or your moon or where your Venus is, particularly because this is a Venus transit. However, we have all the 12 signs in our chart. This means that Venus is impacting these energies across the board. So essentially, wherever that sign falls in your chart, look to the themes of that house, apply those themes, and then it's as if that sign and that house has moved to the first house. So all of these messages can resonate. It will just be popping up in different areas of your life and give us a more holistic understanding of what's going on. Venus in Gemini. Well, Gemini is ruled by Mercury. And where's Mercury? Mercury's in Taurus. And who rules Taurus? Venus. So they are in what's called a mutual reception with one another. And this means that the energy connection between the two is a lot stronger. They're able to call on each other's resources and understand each other's dynamics and the tools that they have in that sign with more ease. And these energies are co-creating with one another, basically. And so because what's going on with the ruler of a sign, so Venus is in Gemini, so we look to where Mercury is and what Mercury's doing, because that impacts what's going on in Gemini. And they're both sharing that dynamic, sharing that sense of we're in this together right now. We're helping each other out. So we've got a really strong connection between the 2 rulers of those 2 signs that just is adding a bit more ease. So we're getting a bit more Venus, with Venus being in Taurus because Mercury's being ruled by Venus, and we're getting a bit more Mercury in Taurus because Mercury is affecting Venus. So there's this beautiful balance going on right now. And so Gemini, as I said, ruled by Mercury. Mercury is the messenger of the gods. It can also be a bit of a trickster. And very much that dynamic shows up in Gemini. Gemini is the first air sign. It's mutable in nature, so it's changeable. So it's easy to access different ideas, different thoughts, and be playful with them. Gemini, very playful, can like to play around with wordplay and puns and just explore communication for the sake of exploring communication and really find a lot of enjoyment. It's a very fast sign, so it's both an air sign and ruled by Mercury, and it's a day yang sign. So this is about taking action. This is about directness. And so very fast, very playful. There's a lot of energy here. And so we're really getting a little boost because at the moment, Mercury and Mars, who are the other 2 very personal planets, are in yin night signs. They're in earth and water. So there's a heaviness to that. There's a receptivity. There's a drawing inwards. And now Venus is in an air sign. So she's more active. She's more out and outwardly going. There's more momentum. Air isn't ruled by gravity. So the ability to move around, to go is very much at play here. And so what does that mean? So certainly from my experience in the last, since the 11th of April, this desire to share information and for it to be more well received. So we've just had Mars do a really long 8-month stint in Gemini, which may have brought up conflict. It's helped you understand what motivates you in how you collect and inform yourself with information. It could have, as I said, led to a bit of discourse and a little challenges. And Venus is now moving through there, helping you understand and appreciate what it is that you've collected, what it is that you were wanting to be motivated on. Now you've got the sort of desire and appreciation and value in those things. So Venus represents beauty, the arts, creativity, appreciation, value, a sense of relationship, this sense of this passion, this drive, the things that move you, of what it is that you enjoy, what do you get pleasure out of. And also very much a sense of harmony. So she's bringing this all together. There's a playfulness. You might be communicating with others more. And the information that you're sharing is just everyone's more accepting of these things and really wanting to engage with it, even if it's something that they're not familiar with. Again, Gemini likes a lot of stimulation. So you might have felt moved and desired to do lots of different things and to engage in lots of different activities of how you communicate and what interests you. I've also noticed that Venus has very much been providing me, because there's this whole question about AI and connection to God and all that, and the universe, or however you want to phrase it, that I think we all might realize that we get signals and signs come through that because everything is part of the creator energy. That I've definitely been sent some really interesting information through the internet, this community-based structure that has felt very nourishing and felt very interesting and very intriguing. That I haven't had for a while. I've had quite a few recommendations on YouTube and Instagram that have not popped up before, different things, and I've been like, oh, thank you Venus for sending those things to me. And so yeah, there's a playfulness here. There's a desire to interact with lots of different people from lots of different spaces, engage with lots of different ideas, and get some pleasure out that, rather than that sort of more Mars sort of potentially conflict orientated space. Venus is coming along and, as I said, helping you understand and get a sense of appreciation for the journey that Mars has just gone through. She's smoothing things over and bringing some ease that is helping us all interact with each other and appreciate diversity. Gemini is a mutable sign. It's represented by the twins, this sense of not this or that, but both. Mercury traditionally is a very neutral planet, and very interestingly in mythology, Venus and Mercury had a child, and it was called Hermaphrodita. So the hermaphrodite energy of being both feminine and masculine, and being able to hold space for that. Very much a Gemini energy of really being able to be okay with duality and find the playfulness in it and find the fun, the lightheartedness. Is there anything else that I wanted to say about Venus in Gemini? Sometimes Venus, when she moves into a sign, this can represent a strong feminine energy. When I talk about feminine, masculine, we have all of these within us, as well as spirit and the neutral to help us make us fluid. That someone embodying that feminine energy may come into your life and provide information or support, or a sense of creativity and more ideas coming through, bringing in some harmony. So these are things that may have cropped up already for you. You may have already been experiencing all this, because, as I said, I am a little late to the party to bring this transit video through. I do apologize. But speaking of Venus, I was just about to talk about these. So there are some offerings here on the altar for Venus. We've got some flowers here. These are fresh spring flowers. Gemini is the final spring season when we have the sun moving through there, which is also why we've got the hair. But we're very much in the middle of spring now, and life is budding. So these are flowers that I've picked from my garden. They're all wild flowers. We've got a dandelion and 2 different types of bluebell and some cleavers. And I liked how I wanted to bring in we've got 2 different forms of dandelion, but it just really struck me that this is a great representation of Gemini, because all these seeds, when the wind comes, air, and blows them away, they scatter everywhere. So it's lots of different ideas going everywhere, being seeded and collected and engaged with. We've also got the cleavers, and cleavers, I don't know if you can see, I don't know if you could be able to tell, but they're sticky. They stick to one another. It's probably not going to stick now because I've done that several times. But oh no. Anyway, they do, trust me, they stick together. And this idea of enjoying duality, enjoying what am I trying to say? Enjoying the trying out new ideas and seeing how they stick. Okay, let's put these here. But being playful for it. We've got that spring energy, that lightness in the air, certainly in the northern hemisphere. Lots more plants are coming out. There's just this sense of exploration of nature. We've also got, I've got a coin here that's copper, and there's some honey on it. This is traditionally, copper is very traditionally linked into Venus. Copper turns green if you don't spend time taking care of it. And for me, that's very much linked into Venus appreciates devotion, and things being beautiful. But also one of the main messages that came through with Venus the last couple of transits was she likes things to be tidied up, however that may be in whatever sign that is. But you know what it really makes me think of, it's a very common known thing that if you tidy your space, your room, your home, it just clears up the clutter in your mind, and you're able to be more in harmony with your surroundings. You know, when she was in Taurus, very much got the idea of clearing up the physical nature, clearing up rubbish, and this one feels like it's a clearing up of the clutter of the ideas. It's bringing these things together and bringing things into harmony. That sense of taking care of something, that sense of being devoted to the experience in a way that brings sweetness. With that honey is traditionally I was just gone over to the Shunganite pyramid, which is about purification and clearing and making something better for you to ingest. So enjoying this discourse of ideas and perhaps talking about them with other people is helping you sort of understand what it is, what the essence of that journey really is. Also got a shell linked into Venus. She traditionally came out of the ocean, having had Saturn castrate his father Uranus, and through the appendage into the sea, and the foam that was created, Venus arose out of. And so this idea of not wanting, so that's it, the mythology that I wanted to talk about. So Uranus and Gaia were married in mythology, and Gaia was the earth goddess and Uranus was the sky god, and he was very possessive over her, and he kept her sort of locked up, she wanted him to be got rid of, basically, and none of the children that they had were willing to do so. And it wasn't until Saturn, or Kronos, came along and he castrated his father. And as you know, Venus has this link into love and beauty, but mostly not to be possessed. She's certainly engaged in a lot of intimate relations with a lot of the other gods, but it's away from the, and it was sort of frowned upon, especially by Juno or Hera, who was the wife of Jupiter. and Zeus. There was this sense of needing commitment and wanting commitment. And Venus comes along and sort of shifts that space of being open to the experience, open to not wanting to be possessed. Again, it's a more of a softer Lilith energy, this independent side of the feminine aspect of wanting to be free, of wanting to be able to enjoy the pleasures of the 3D realm. So why was I talking about? Yeah, so with Gemini, because it's very much like moving from one thing to other, wanting to do lots of things at once, that there can be this very playful sense of just appreciating a lot of different relationships. There were two cards that came out when after I was setting up the altar, and I always ask my decks which ones want to send messages through for a particular transit, and we've got two cards from different decks. I put all the decks in the description box if any of them take your fancy, and the first one is the Mystical Shaman Oracle, and this is wind, which is very funny because we're dealing with an air sign, which is about movement and the speed that's coming in. The symbol of wind represents the element of air. It rules communication, Mercury, thought, song, and inspired ideas. So Venus coming in and helping give us inspiration to the ideas that we have. It also signifies change with qualities both positive and negative. Again, Gemini, this duality of the twins. One was immortal and considered the good twin, and one wasn't and considered the bad twin. I'm not a fan on this. I think they swap around in mythology as well, but certainly this sense of duality. The wind blows from each of the four directions, and there are different qualities bestowed by each. South, carrying a new sense of trust, helping you to gently begin to discard habits and parts of you that are no longer needed. As I said, clearing up some of that clutter of the mind, and allowing in new space. West, calling you to more introspection, to a willingness to make final decisions, to let go of attachment and ego desires. Again, that attachment is linked into being possessive in your ideas. My hand's just gone over my third eye chakra. Possessive in ideas, possessive of what you appreciate, possessive in relationships. North, moving you to bring wisdom and strength. East, carrying clarity of vision and purpose. Again, that clearing up that space in order to see what actually matters to you in the long term. Whichever way the wind is blowing for you, the message which the wind whispers or shouts is a challenge. It may take courage at first to turn and face the wind, but you will find exaltation in moving towards it and receiving its lessons. We'll come back to that. The invitation, when the spirit of wind comes calling, it is a sign of change. Perhaps you need to change your mind about something. Perhaps an old way of doing things has become automatic. And now that you've gained greater clarity, you can make a new choice. And if you think about that, Gemini is the Lover's card. And for me, that is very much about being integrated and being able to make the right choice for you long term. Regardless of what that change is, you can expect to be understood. That's very much what I've picked up on. I've been around a lot of people who aren't necessarily tapped into this kind of thing or might be slightly skeptical. And across the board, every single one of them has been open to what I've had to say. And in fact, have been open to being able to change their mind and see things from a different perspective. Right, regardless of what the change is, you can be expected to be understood and to have clear communication with others at this time. Ideas are solid, and the shift that is being called for is in the highest good of all. I've also got a piece of pink tourmaline here, which I'm going to talk about the crystals in part 2. Oh, I forgot to mention. So you usually, most of the time in each of the introductions for each of the videos, I will break down different things. I'm going to be giving examples of people with Venus in Gemini. I'll talk about the crystals that have come up, just to sort of help you really understand what this energy is all about. So this other card is the Courageous Peony. Venus very much linked into liking flowers, and she's ruler of Taurus. Multifaceted Gemini, unique nature, very Gemini. Let yourself be seen. Flowers don't open and close according to who walks by. They embrace all of what they are and show it to the world around them. The peony doesn't try to compete with the cherry blossom, and the cherry blossom doesn't try to compete with the tulip. So that's that kind of idea of holding space for lots of different things and being very, that playfulness of being who you are, of Gemini. They own what they are and trust the timing of their true nature. You are being called to do the same. My hands have just gone over my heart chakra. It is time to open yourself up to being seen. Time to share your incredible, multifaceted, true nature to the world around you. To uncover and reveal your soul's greatest gifts without wavering. To own your uniqueness without apologies. What I love about Gemini, right? So I've got a Virgo sun, and I'm also ruled by Mercury. So there's a real connection between Virgo and Mercury, and I so thoroughly enjoy the Gemini energy of them just being able to communicate and speak. And it's not that they don't care about what it is that they're saying, it's that there's a real freedom with Gemini. Again, it's that sort of trickster energy, that real playfulness of I am who I am. Whereas I feel with Virgo being more of an earth sign, there's a heaviness and more focused on trying to sort of fix things, that there needs to be an agenda. I'm not saying there isn't an agenda with Gemini. I respect it so much. But there isn't that heaviness. So there's that sort of that freedom to own your uniqueness without an apology. There's a flower on this planet that holds the same qualities that your soul is readying itself to express. Let it inform you. You may have been taught that it's safer to keep your light hidden and your voice small, to hide behind the bushes instead of growing tall. The Courageous Peony is here to remind you. It's going back to that Virgo Gemini thing, sorry. Is this Virgo is a night yin sign, so very receptive, more of the observer, whereas Mercury being a day yang sign is wanting to move out, wanting to express itself more readily. You may have been taught it's safer to keep your light hidden and your voice small, to hide behind the bushes instead of growing tall. The Courageous Peony is here to remind you that it's safe to embody all of who you are. It's safe to share your voice and let yourself be seen. At first, it may feel uncomfortable and you may be afraid of what others think, but with each passing day, it does become easier. Little by little, you realize that it draws in those who are meant for you and experiences you have been longing for to arrive at your feet. How are you being called to allow yourself to be more visible and seen in the world? Again, we're dealing with air, we're dealing with vibrations here, we're dealing with frequencies, and just the ability to be truly yourself and be open to change. That mutable energy of Gemini is a beautiful thing to want to express during this time. And just feeling, because we've got Venus, which is it's a benefic planet, so she wants to help you out. She wants to help you feel at ease in yourself, feel confident in who you are, get pleasure in this 3D experience and what it is that you're communicating, that there's just a little more flow and ease going on right now. And as I said, Mercury and Venus are in mutual reception, so Taurus is very much about how does your body feel, not how you emotionally connect to it, but what your body responses are. It's the senses. It's there's a slowness to Taurus. It's fixed energy. It's about appreciation of what it is that you care about in the long term, because of that fixed energy. It can be a bit stubborn, but we've got this support of this mutable energy in Venus, which is also facilitating the change in the Mercury retrograde, that we're allowing this openness, this mutability to feed into what feels good in our body, what helps us integrate through our body, how our senses are picking up on the world, the things that, the small things, the smelling the roses, the food that you like, the ideas that you have that are being shifted and changed to really get in line with your soul. And then Mercury's affecting Venus in that double communication of what's going to work in the long term. Right, I think that's everything that I wanted to say for this introduction. I'm not sure whether this is going to be a 2-part or a 3-part series. It all depends on how long the videos go on for. But I will be starting with Gemini and then working my way back through the zodiac sign. For those of you familiar with me, you're used to this. I timestamp everything. So as I said, in the introductions to the other videos, I will be talking about other things. So I really recommend you check those out as well. But let's leave it at that and let's keep going. Let's keep this energy, this mutable, fast air energy going. And I'm going to start with Gemini. Gemini rising. For those of you tapping into the Gemini energy, who don't have a Gemini rising, as I said in the introduction, just look to where Gemini falls in your chart. Look to the house that it's in, the themes of that house. Apply those themes to the messages that have come through. And it's essentially as if that sign and that house has moved to the first house. So the messages may come in, may be very relevant. Take what resonates, leave what doesn't. But for Gemini rising, hi Gemini, how you doing? I should imagine you're appreciating this transit after this the very long Mars transit through your sign, Geminis. Venus is helping smooth out and give yourself some pleasure in your first house, like calming down that chaos. Venus is making everything beautiful. And you have this in your first house. This is the house of self. This is the house of how you embody your sun or your moon, depending on your chart, in your actions and your deeds. This is often how other people see you. This is also... this is also your body and your appearance. This house is very much your house, the house of self. So what does Venus moving through here means? Well, you're just enjoying yourself more. You're enjoying the experience of being you. You're able to bring some harmony and creativity to how you embody your actions. People are more appreciative of who you are because this is how other people seeing you. And so you've got Venus wandering through here, shining a light on you and yourself. Perhaps you want to do things differently with your appearance. You might want to just feel really better in your body, feel good about yourself, maybe do some new creative activities that are linked into how you move and what's important to you, like the physicality of you. Venus represents creativity, so you might just feel a bit more inspired during this time, wanting to, connect to yourself as well. This appreciation and value of you and the actions that you're taking, being able to see them a little clearer. Also your ability to interact with others. Lots of pentacles here for you guys, helping you just be a bit more ease and a bit more harmonious in your actions and your deeds and how others see you, as I said, after following that potentially chaotic conflict, frustration of Mars. It's also a very highly manifestational energy, but just saw the Knight of Swords there, which was very, very much felt like Mars in Gemini. See if that wants to come out again. This is just a real value and understanding your own sense of appreciation and value of yourself. She can bring about harmony and diplomacy. Just the actions that you're taking are just a little more lockstep with a more sort of peaceful dynamic, and just also like incorporating all of those ideas and all of those things that you want to do, all of that information, and being able to express it with that sense of beauty, with that sense of pleasure, really having pleasure and in what it is that you're doing right now. And having a sense of, yeah, when Venus moving through your sign, it's like it's definitely a big boost. It's definitely, oh, I feel good, I feel better, just things are a bit easier. You may feel more inclined to sort of, you know, tidy up or bring your appearance into a way that it makes you feel good, that makes you feel desirable, however that resonates with you, desirable for yourself, appreciating your physical form. Yeah, so lovely transit to have. And she would have made a few aspects right at the beginning of her journey, so maybe go check those out. I will put them in the description box, even though I'm not pulling cards for them. She made a square with Saturn right at the beginning, a trine right when she moved in on the 11th. She trined Pluto, and that felt like a very transformational, powerful energy of just being a bit more at ease with your own power and your own ability to the magnetism between those two signs was just very supportive of you, of feeling good about yourself and feeling like you're drawing in energy that's appreciated and valued. But the two main aspects I'm going to be talking about are, so on the 25th or 26th of April, depending on where you live, I will be putting all of this in the description box, so please don't worry. I know it's a lot of information. Venus is going to, oh, hello, Mercury. Venus is going to sextile Chiron. Just had an energetic release of putting that pink tourmaline on those cleavers. As I said, I'll talk about the crystals in part 2. So yeah, so Venus is going to sextile Chiron in Aries, and this is at 17 degrees of the signs. What does this mean? So we've been doing a lot of healing with Chiron in Aries and everything that's been going on in Aries. And so we so I just realized that I forgot to mention, because we're dealing with a Venus transit, we've already looked to Taurus, which is one of the signs that she rules. And we look to Libra, because she also rules Libra, which is a fellow earth sign, a fellow air sign. And Libra is in your 5th house of creative energy. So what's going on with Venus is helping boost those areas of your life. And Taurus is in your 12th house where Mercury is. So the 12th house is the hidden house. It's helping you work through and understanding hidden concepts of who you are. You've got a retrograde there. Really beautiful message came through for Gemini for that Mercury retrograde. I really recommend you check it out. I'm just getting a lot of ease and support of how you embody yourself, how you feel good about yourself, how your actions and your deeds and how they're communicating with those hidden parts of who you are. It's also a very magical house. But with Mercury through there, you might be contemplating, revisiting and going over things. It can feel quite a heavy house. It's often linked into depression and loss, because you're just working with these energies that are sort of mostly trauma response mechanisms, programmings, that spells that have been cast on us. And by spells, I mean words that have been said to us from a very young age. And Mercury's helping clear that out and work through those things. And Venus is helping you understand what your true nature is. So what's going on with Venus is impacting that 12th house and making that easier to understand and bring clarity through, and also feeding into Libra, which, as I said, fellow air sign, trining your Gemini. So, you know, Venus has got a boost being in Gemini because it trines one of the signs that she rules in Gemini, and Libra is in your 5th house of your creation energy. So with this understanding, this appreciation of your actions and deeds, this breaking down of the hidden parts of you, also a very magical house, bringing out a lot of magic, that this is facilitating the growth and the boost of your creation energy. Sorry, I forgot to do that at the beginning. And let's go back to the aspect. Right, so 25th or 26th of April, depending on where you live, sextiling Chiron. So Chiron's been in Aries for ages. We've had so much going through Aries. We've really been leveling up that area of our life, having more ease, helping heal those wounds that we may have had. If you want to know more about the mythology of Chiron, I talk about it a lot in the Libra full moon video that I did, the collective reading. But essentially Chiron represents these abandonment wounds we may have had, or physical wounds that we may have, very much linked into past life energy, but also that gets recreated in us in this current incarnation. They're not separate from one another. That we've had real support from Jupiter being there, from the Sun. Venus was there, Mercury's been there. We've got a second Aries new moon happening tomorrow, which is a high, well, later, either late today or early in the hours of tomorrow, depending on where you live, of really integrating and leveling up our soul. I thoroughly recommend that video. That was a beautiful message that came through, very more galactic energy, a little more out there than the usual sort of inner work stuff that I do. But it's essentially this sextile with Chiron of those wounds that feel like they never quite go away. And through that pain, through that journey that we run, we learn to understand how to heal ourselves. We learn to understand that the poison of that wound is also the medicine, that we're able to share it with others. Chiron was a master teacher. He helped teach gods and kings, princes, and oh, hey Venus, hello. Venus and Mars. Speaking of Aries, you know, Mars rules Aries. And so with this sextile, sextiles are an aspect of Venus. So this is bringing about creativity. This is, there's an ease, there's a free flowing with this energy. Fire and air get on. They're both yang day signs. Neither of them are ruled by gravity. So they're able to move quickly. They want to take action. My hand's just clicking behind my throat, around the throat chakra, now at the front. You know, we are also dealing with Taurus here, with Mercury being there, of being able to get in touch with your voice, and being able to express that through Gemini. Right, so sextiles, aspect of Venus, wanting to bring creativity, inspiration, desire, pleasure, appreciation of value, this sense of harmony, this sense of connection, there's a magnetism when Venus is moving through your first sign, that you're feeling good, and the energy that you're putting out is very Venusian. There's this desire to connect, this desire to engage and appreciate that 3D world. And also there's a sense of freedom with her being in Gemini, of being able to interact and engage with lots of different things. So with Chiron in Aries, for you in the 11th house of hopes, dreams, friends, groups and alliances, is also where the benefits that we get from the work that we put in with the 10th house come up. That the wounds that you've been going through of your hopes and dreams, whether they've been manifesting, whether they still feel very raw, or not being seen in groups and alliances, and not being appreciated and valued, you've been working through that. And now we've got this sextile of using that magic of Chiron, that wisdom, the master teacher, being able to communicate information, communicate skills and things of value to those groups, and apply that to your hopes and your dreams, that you're being facilitated by this energy of Venus, really helping soothe those wounds. We just had a conjunction with Chiron and the Sun for the Libra full moon, which is another Venus ruled sign, that now Venus is in an air sign. It's pretty much at the same degree. Well, it's 17 degrees, and I think that full moon was at 16 degrees. So very still helping give support and nourishment. And for Chiron to sort of understand details better, this Gemini energy, to be able to change and shift, and for Chiron to then instigate a new way of looking at these wounds. At the same time of this aspect, Mars will be conjunct the moon in Cancer at 16 degrees, and this is not exactly forming the square with Chiron, but it will still be very much present. So these energies, you kind of feel them in the lead up and afterwards, and they're also seeding things. So things may show up that show you how this energy is going to work long term. So it's not that if you're watching this video after that you've missed out on it. These are just things that your energies that you're engaging with that can have a longer term impact, because they're shifting the energy dynamic in your body. And so the moon and Mars will be conjunct, so very could be helping you tap into your intuition and what motivates you to take action, and this will also be when the sun is in Taurus, sextiling Saturn. So I'm bringing this in just to let you know these kind of energies are around the sun sextiling Saturn. The sun's now in Taurus, in the sign of Venus, sextiling Saturn, of our long-term legacy and integrity, linked into the collective, watery, imaginative, magical space. So how are we embodying that in our physical senses, the light that's being shone on what our body is capable of doing for long-term legacy and strong foundations. And yeah, that Mars square Chiron, not exact, but it's the following day. Again, I've pulled cards on this for the Mars transit video, and that was incredibly powerful energy. Coming through of really being able to heal those wounds and take action on that healing. And I love the fact that we've got this sextile with Chiron by Venus just the day before, when it's exact. Obviously all this energy is still running around, but it's exact but just the day before that this is happening. So we're getting a boost from Venus to help smooth out any of the potential conflict and drama that may come up for Mars squaring that Chiron energy. But as I said, I've already done that transit video, and the energies for all the signs was phenomenal for that aspect. Right, so the second aspect, this is on the 4th or 5th of May. And this is when Venus is going to sextile Jupiter. This is at 27 degrees of Gemini. And so this is the two benefics talking to one another. This is beautiful, very beautiful energy that's happening. Jupiter is in Aries. And so again, it's that fire and air energy. They both want to do things. They want to take action. They want to embody these things very quickly. And so again, this Aries energy, Jupiter being there, has helped level up and understand and integrate the I am, the autonomous individual, and really give strength to that. And Venus, you've got, again, that's in your 11th house of hopes and dreams. So you've really been able to bring wisdom and elevation and cohesion to your dreams. Jupiter's helping provide luck and stimulation in this area of your life. It's the 11th house, is the house of good spirits. And you've got this sextile with Venus, and they're the two benefics. So they want to help you out. They want to make things easy for you. And again, the aspect of Venus, you're bringing creative wisdom and understanding and embodiment of yourself, of perhaps moving in groups around this time really easily, and through that you're sort of exploring your hopes and dreams. Those hopes and dreams get to expand just by engaging in groups, by engaging with other people on a larger scale. But on a personal level, if you're not doing that, very much facilitating the desire and pleasure and appreciation and creativity of yourself, the first house, is feeding into the wisdom and elevation and cohesion of Jupiter being in the 11th house of your hopes and dreams. So bringing in that beautiful energy of desire to embody, that desire to create of Venus, into Jupiter's ability to bring cohesion, as in bring things together while expanding. So being able to expand your ability to hope and dream. At the same time, Venus is still in a square with Neptune. So we would have felt this in the lead up and afterwards. And squaring Neptune. So Neptune is very much, some people say it's the higher octave of Venus, because it's more that sort of mystical, unconditional loving of everything. It can be very idealistic. It can be linked into fantasies. But the ability, for me, the way I look at Neptune is everything all at once. It's being able to tap into the creative, the cosmic creative structure of the universe, as in all the dimensions, all the realities, all the frequencies, absolutely everything that you couldn't possibly imagine. This can also bring up delusion and fogginess. These are common themes with Neptune, especially with squares. But when these things come up, just be aware of that energy and sit with it and see if it's working for you. You know, with Venus and Neptune, it can be falling in love with people who aren't necessarily right for you, but you get so carried away by that charismatic energy that you're unable to see the wood from the trees. However, this is in your 10th house of career. Neptune is there. And I really feel that it's helping you bring into being, because a square is an aspect of Mars, which, as I said, could bring conflict, frustration, and drama, competition, and all these things may come up because it's a square. However, like, be mindful of them and sit with them, and then realize what they're trying to teach you. And then we flip that energy over, because it's also friction. A square is a very powerful manifestation energies. We need friction. This 3D linear time frame that we're very aware of needs friction in order to exist. So we need that square in order to bring things into reality. So I see that Venus-Neptune combination with your career, of your life purpose and how the outside world sees you, and this beautiful energy of Venus being in your 1st house, of being appreciated, valuing yourself, moving more with ease, being able to embody yourself more, is really helping you tap into those possibilities that you couldn't even imagine about your career, and for that to be sort of infused into your body, into your actions, into the things that may come up during this time. On the 5th of May, so this is either the same day or the next day, the next day or the same day for you, depending on where you live, we have an eclipse, a full moon in Scorpio. This is the final full moon. This is the final eclipse in with the nodes being in Taurus and Scorpio. Sorry, I just had to pause then. Something got very caught in my throat. You know, we're dealing with communication and Taurus, which rules the throat, and that's where the nodes are. That we've got this eclipse in Scorpio. So we've got this very beautiful energy again with Venus and Jupiter just before this eclipse, in the same way that we have this beautiful energy between Venus and Chiron just before the square with Mars and Chiron. So we're getting a lot of support from Venus to help us integrate these big changes. So with a full moon, an eclipse, this can be completions and endings, but with endings we have new beginnings. But this is very much a culmination of what's been going on in the Taurus and Scorpio area of your life. You have Scorpio in the 6th house of work, health and routines. And so I just wanted to let you know that that's the kind of energy that's around right now. I will be doing a separate video on that We'll be doing a separate video on that. I feel like this is the message from the full moon. We've got 2 5s in the moon of clearing out chaos and conflict energy. Yeah, they're wanting to go back into the deck. For you, Gemini. Yeah, so as I said, I will be doing a separate video on that and pulling cards, so do go check that out if you feel so inclined. That's it on the aspects. The next pile, so that's 3 piles so far. I will put them all, the energies, and I will move these around when I finish talking. And then we're going to have the final pile of these energies moving forward, and how they're going to integrate in the long term. I'm going to see if they want to shuffle for a bit longer, see what other cards want to come out before. So do bear with me, I may be a little quiet, unless anything pops into my head. Okay. I've got this ring, and it's wanting to go on this wand. So we're going to have 4 piles. Okay. Do bear with me, guys. Some days the energies don't want to get that involved. Some days they do. Does always make me laugh, and they like just pick the pile up and then put it back again. Sometimes they'll move the cards around and then move them straight back, and it's like there's so much going on in the energetic world, and there are so many different threads and movements of it that it's not always clear and doesn't always make a rational, logical sense. And it's just one of those things. So we've got, for the energies of Venus moving through Gemini, we've got the Gemini does rule the hands. So I wonder if they're going to be particularly playful throughout the whole of this reading. Right. We have the Eight of Swords, the Five of Pentacles, the Hermit card, and the Empress. So we've got Venus coming in. And the Eight of Swords is about very much being stuck in a cage of your own mental creation, right? So the heart and the gut has lots more power than the mind. That's why the mind can be very loud, because it's wanting to exert its power. And we are also very much addicted to certain ideas and thoughts, because our mind is addicted to the hormones that we feel when the hormones that we produce when we feel certain things based on the things that our mind tells us. And it gets stuck in a feedback loop of cortisol and adrenaline, which are very easy to produce. So very much gets into this space of feeling stuck. There's a stagnant energy here. And you literally can't think clearly. You can't bring in this information. You can't enjoy this information, because you're in this space where you feel that your reality has got you trapped. You're stuck and you can't move, and there's no way out. Everything's an illusion, guys. Certainly something that I work through with the things that my mind tells me. And just have to be mindful of this space. But if you see with the figure, she's not bound by her legs. She can move her legs, and there is a pathway out. And once you start moving, once you start shaking that dynamic of thinking in a different way, of just breaking up those habits and those ingrained patterns. We're also dealing with Mercury and Taurus here, which can be a very stubborn energy of ingrained ideas of who you think you are. Once you just start moving, start doing things differently, that the bonds fall away and the blindfold comes off, and essentially you're able to escape that cage of creation. Of that mental space. Swords are linked into air, into the air signs, into communication, into thoughts and ideas. That we've also got the Five of Pentacles, which is very much this feeling of scarcity and loss, of feeling not supported, of feeling left out in the cold, of just feeling very drained and very stuck. This is both stuck ideologies, stuck mentalities of where we're at. We all go through all of these. This is part of the human experience. I'm just getting a feeling that Mars moving through Gemini may have felt that the actions that you've been taking and the constructs you've been creating haven't necessarily been as supportive as you would have liked to have been, but it's helped you work through those things, because Venus is moving through there and helping clear that up. And we've got the Hermit and the Empress for the overall energy, and this is really beautiful. So the Hermit is about inner wisdom. It's about having a higher perspective now, of being able to have cleared out and reassessed this with a sense of knowing who you are, having had that very long transit in your first house. And Venus wants to bring appreciation. She wants to bring value. She wants to be, there's the abundance with the Empress card of this 3D realm. So you're able to bring in your innate internal wisdom into the 3D realm, into being able to enact this fertility, this lightening of your space. You look how yellow this energy is, that a sense of appreciation of the journey that you've been on and where you are now, and how that is a different frequency, a different dynamic. So I love that Venus is coming through for you in your first house after giving that support and nourishment and ease and desire to exist rather than feeling trapped and feeling left out in the cold, that you hold that abundant space within you. Venus moving through the first always helps us reconnect to that. My hands have just gone over my heart chakra. So really lovely messages coming through for the general vibe of Venus moving through your first house, moving through Gemini. I kind of got that impression. I was getting messages about Venus in Gemini for a while now, of really helping bring ease and this sense of flow and this sense of appreciation and desire and new life coming up from that long journey that we've all had with Mars being in Gemini. So for the first aspect, this is the sextile to Chiron, and we've got a few cards here. We've got, so that's that healing, that wounds that we feel linked into who you are. Perhaps Aries is very autonomous energy. It's ruled by Mars, so it can be a bit my way or the highway, but not really caring if there are other people involved on that highway. But again, that there can be some combativeness with Aries, but it's such a powerful, potent energy. And in the 11th house, this can feel that you might embody a very sort of direct energy that might have come into conflict. And Chiron throughout your life, and Chiron moving through that sign is helping bring those wounds up, because we've got the 9 of Wands, and this is very much about being true to yourself, but you've gone through a lot of battles. You felt you're exhausted, you're burnt out, but you felt like you're constantly having to defend yourself, you're constantly in a state of battle. And with this card, I always say, do you need to engage with that? Do you care? More shifting that energy of realizing your own uniqueness and not engaging in those battles. But this energy between Chiron and Venus is highlighting what's coming up, what's being healed, what's being soothed by the Venusian energy. And so, you know, with that Gemini and Aries of that lots of different information, lots of different ideas, being very expressive of it, being very, Aries can be very blunt, but also in your hopes and your dreams as well, not just focusing on that, of you felt like you're not getting anywhere with your hopes and your dreams, that you feel like you're constantly fighting the universe for these things to come into manifestation, and these wounds that are coming up with Chiron moving through there is highlighting that pain, that frustration, but you've kept going. That's the most important thing about this card, is you keep going, but there's that sense of exhaustion. We've got the 2 of Swords. And this is about upright. This is about not making a decision, having like 2 opposing ideas that are sort of you're in contemplation of, you're seeing what comes up, but there's no movement there. There's this inability to, as I said, make up your mind. And with Gemini, that can very much be a thing. Gemini, as I said, like to collect lots of information, and it can mean that there's not necessarily a strong commitment to making a solid decision. And so the 2 of Swords in reverse for me is about that shifting and changing, but also that inner space of not being able to make that decision about your hopes and your dreams. Okay, they're wanting to move on quite quickly with that. We've got the Knight of Wands. It just makes me laugh every time they do that, because I'm like, why not just do that at the beginning? We've got the 6 of Swords. I mean, they're very similar energies. There's a lot of movement here. We've got sort of stagnation and standing still, and now we've got the 6 of Swords and the Knight of Wands. The 6 of Swords is things have been tried and tested. You're moving from choppy waters into a clearer space. You are protected. That the things that you have learned from your journey of the wounds linked into that Chiron energy, you are now able to embody in a way that has value, with that Venus in Gemini. Venus is very much about value. This is ideas. There's a fair few of them, but there's not loads. You've got what you need in order to make a journey. So this is all about journeys. This is about journeys. So you're moving into a new energetic space of feeling worn out or not being able to make decisions, to like, now I've got what I need. Now I've got the understanding of what I need. I'm inspired. I can see clearly now, and enough to be able to take that journey, because the Knight of Wands is all about creativity. So we've got swords and we've got wands here very prominently, because we're dealing with Chiron in Aries, which is wand fire energy, and we've got Gemini in an air sign, which is swords. So the Knight of Wands is very passionate. It wants to go, defending your passions, defending your hopes and your dreams, how you're now able to champion yourself. And the direction, because it's nights and it's movement and it's fire, very fast moving, the direction that you want to go on based on your spark of spirit, that Aries energy. As I said, we're going through an eclipse that's happening, as I said, either late tonight or tomorrow morning, depending on where you live. Don't worry, you're not missing out on the energy if you're watching this afterwards. So there's a sense of movement now. There's a sense of going on an adventure, of traveling. And for some of you, that may mean traveling and being passionate and driven to embody your dreams and your hopes out into the outside world. For the final energy crowning this sextile energy with Chiron, we have the World card. And I love this. This is also Saturn's card. And at the same time, the Sun is sextiling Saturn in your house of career. And the Sun is in the 12th, which is ruled by Venus, where Mercury is. So they're all sort of interacting with one another. And the World card is about knowing yourself. So having gone from feeling like you've got to defend yourself because you're feeling attacked and not being able to make decisions and being a bit indecisive. So there's that contradictory energy with that Nine of Wands and that Two of Swords, that this is about truly embodying yourself and understanding who you are. There's a sense of completion, of understanding who you are. Saturn, it's linked into integrity, good foundations, longevity, but it's also boundaries, in the way that the more that we understand ourselves, the clearer our boundaries are, the less boundaries that we have, and how the world is essentially opening up to you. Because the more that your frequency matches your core self, and that's through inner work, self-questioning, really understanding what it is that matters to you in the long term. Saturns are very much about the long-term game. That this is with this healing and this understanding between Chiron and Venus, just before this big square between Mars and Chiron, is really helping, and Mars is in your second house of your values, is really opening up your ability to walk with confidence, walk with integrity, and not second guess yourself. Mars for me is very much in the sign of Cancer, ruled by the moon. It's helping us truly embody our intuition and this eclipse is all about clearing and fixing fixing our broken intuition from trauma responses, past lives, all of that. For the second aspect, this is happening on the 4th or 5th of May, depending on where you live. This is a sextile with Jupiter. So we've got the Tower card, the Page of Pentacles, the Knight of Pentacles, the King of Pentacles. So this is bringing down structures, perhaps internal, because it's in reverse. It's like, so for me, I often read that as internal. This is a Mars card. This is about bringing down things that your shaky foundations, the things that weren't working for you. This is also with the square to Neptune. So this is about breaking down ideas and realities that haven't served you, that have been blocking you, opening yourself up to bigger possibilities with that square to Neptune, that sense of clearing the space for you to understand the cohesion energy of Jupiter, to bring some elevation to your situation, rather than feeling oppressed by structures that have held you back. There's a real sense of clearing the decks here to because we've got that square to Neptune that's in your 10th house of your career and life purpose, and Jupiter's in that sort of house, that the 11th house, which is good fortune, which is often, intermingled with that 10th house of the benefits of your 10th house, of reaping the rewards of it. But with that sextile to Venus in your first, of yourself, how you embody your sun or your moon, this feels, because we've got pentacles, this is about work, this is about your body, this is about the 3D reality. We've got the page, knight and king. I've never had this before in a reading on this channel. Page is about new vitality, new ways of looking at the 3D, heralding in ideas, heralding in perhaps because we've got new hopes and dreams, or someone in a group and alliance bringing in new opportunities for you. That may be for some of you. We've then got the Knight of Pentacles, which is very much the slow and steady wins the race. The Knight of Pentacles is very loyal to those dreams that you're now infusing into your actions and your being, your sense of self, what it is that you want to dream, how you want to see the world. The Knight of Pentacles is coming along saying, okay, long term, we've got this. Long term, I'm sticking by you. And the King of Pentacles is saying the energy that we're integrating at this time between Jupiter and Venus, the two benefics, is long-term legacy and being able to build in the 3D, being able to create. This is, the earth energy, the pentacle energy, very abundant. Look at all of the wine grapes, all the things that are growing behind this figure. He's got flowers in his crown. We've also dealing with that 12th house where Taurus is, which is earth energy, of this understanding of self, this really bringing the magic from that 12th house, infusing it into your first, because they're in mutual reception with one another. And that energy's, that feedback loop of between Mercury and Venus is feeding into Neptune and feeding into Jupiter to bring things into reality. We've got that square with Neptune of bringing, as I said, everything all at once, all the time zones. By time zones, I mean like past, present, future, linear, cyclical, everything all at once, bringing that all together to fuse into Jupiter, who's wanting to say yes, wanting to provide you with opportunities, wanting you to provide you with a sense of abundance. And for the energies moving forward, we've got a king and a queen, and we've got the magician and the emperor. So the King of Wands, we had the Knight of Wands. So now we're elevated, but now we're moving forward to the King of Wands. This is your passions, your ability to embody your passions and take action on them, the sense of creativity, the sense of movement with the King of Wands, of really having, again, that authority in yourself. And being able to express that and take command of that. With the Queen of Cups, which is emotionally nourishing yourself, of being sensitive and intuitive and engaging with it. I like how we've got the duality of the masculine and the feminine coming through, of that autonomy, that Venus bringing in that ability to nourish your dreams, nourish your actions, your motivations, to help you feel good and supported in this space. Moving forward, having had that such a long transit of Mars being in Gemini, like you've been learning so much, and it's all integrating, it's all feeding in and building on layer on layer on layer. And the fact that we've got this lovely energy of fire and water, even though we're dealing with an air sign. I love that combination of fire and water. We're dealing with that a lot because of Saturn in Pisces and Jupiter in Aries. That it's how do you emotionally connect to your passions? What moves you? We have so much water in our body, this ability to have a sense of flow and expansion, this imagination, this creativity, with this motivation and drive to take action from very autonomous, grounded spaces. Kings and queens, they know what they're doing, they're sure of themselves, they're able to make decisions, after they're not worried about people attacking them, which was these energies right here. We're moving past this. You're going on a journey of exploring and understanding yourself, and there's a lot of more command here. because we've got the Magician and the Emperor. So the Magician is Mercury and the Emperor is an Aries card. So we've got a lot of aspects with Aries, and we're dealing with a Mercury ruled sign. So it's nice that these energies are cropping up and showing what's going on. So the Magician is taking action. This is knowing you have all the resources you need to embody and manifest in the world. Love this for Venus, moving through your sign of bringing together everything that you've learned with Mars moving through Gemini, and we're like, okay, well, now how can I bring flow into this? How can I actually have the desire to take action? And with the Emperor card, this is knowing your own sovereignty. This is really being in command of who you are, but being able, it's the King of Kings. So we've gone from Kings to the Emperor energy moving forward. This is being very independent, very autonomous. I like this is fixed in with your 11th house of your hopes and dreams. Venus is helping you bring those into manifestation, and then through that, like the magic that's coming through. Love this, love this, love this, love this. Right, I'm going to pull some clarification cards for you. This can be, oh, that just flipped up. Got moderation. Right, so it's gone over the 8 of Swords and the 5 of Pentacles. This wisdom and inner journey of the Hermit, of you've been working through this stuff, you've been clearing out. Venus has just moved through your 12th house as well, so it's sort of helping you process. And that's the reason why I bring that up, is because the Hermit card is very much about being inward, and the 12th house is a space of you're cultivating your understanding, the understanding of who you are in private. That journey that she's been on is helping integrate those ideas on that sort of hidden level, and now you're embodying that transformation, that clearing out, that frustration, as well as bringing in some of those issues that may have come up with the Mars moving through there for so long. So love that. That's the numerology deck. As I say, I put all the decks in the description box. Right, let's pull a card from the First Light Tarot. Got the Hermit card. Truth guides fact or wisdom. Yeah, so Mercury being there, and that feedback loop between your 12th and your 1st is really helping you bring in that intuitive wisdom into the things that you're doing. So you might be getting clues for the long term about what's important to you because of everything that's going on in your 12th house, because the Sun will be there as well. This is the Oracle of the Rising Sun. Let's see what final message wants to come out for Gemini. We've got the Indecision card. Yeah, very much clearing out that space, helping you bring all that information together that you have in Gemini, helping you, as I say, she brings harmony, she brings sense of appreciation and value, and creative ways of looking at things. And this is, as I said, this is interacting with your Libra energy. So that's your 5th house of your creation energy. So all of this transit, what's going on with Venus through this sign is helping. I was about to say helping you work on, institute and bring up your intuition. That creation's energy, that spark that helps get the things that give you pleasure in life. The Mars being in Cancer as well, really helping you understand, because I talked about this in the Taurus transit, Mercury in Taurus, that because you have the moon, because you've got Cancer in the 2nd house, which is how you manifest, that your ability to, your intuition is getting boosted during this time. Right, I think I'm going to leave it at that. Do they want to do one more card? One more card. I always want to keep going. One more card, one more card, one more card for Gemini. Got the Patience card. sort of getting the impression that you've been patient. It's taken a while. It's taken a while to get to this space, and that things are blooming out because of the Six of Swords and the World card of that journey of. With that Six of Swords is the tried and tested, that you've had to go through this phase of indecision in order to really know what's important to you. That, like, sometimes it can be about doing all the things at once with Gemini, that making decisions quickly and not taking time to think about them. That what's coming through is this ability to do that and know what's right for you rather than what's right in that exact moment. You know, again, they're highlighting, they're wanting to pick up the autonomy and making the Emperor as the King of Kings, making the right decisions, that is helping facilitate your internal journey, your magic, your ability to create. Okay, I think I'm going to leave it at that. Are they wanting... No, they're just wanting to put my hand over. So on here we've got the Flower of Life, and they're just wanting to put that energy into you, Gemini. Right, I really appreciate you watching, spending time with me. Your energy transfer means a lot. As I said in the beginning, if anything resonates, there are things that you can do to help pay it forward. On a personal note, I'd love to hear from you. But other than that, Gemini, be good to yourself, be good to those around you, and be well until we meet again. Taurus rising. How are you doing, Taurus? For those of you just tapping into the Taurus energy, as I said in the introduction, look to this house that Taurus falls in your chart, the themes of that house, apply those themes to the messages that are coming through, and it's essentially as if that Taurus part of your chart has moved to the first house. But for Taurus rising, you have Venus moving in Gemini in your second house of your resources. This is what you value, what you care about. This is how you value yourself. This is how you make your money and how you manifest. So what does that mean? That means Venus, essentially, for all of us, is helping smooth over the energies of Mars, of that very long transit. She's helping bring a sense of appreciation and value to who you are. She's helping you understand how you manifest. The collecting of ideas, the sharing of ideas, the playfulness, the speed at which your thoughts and the words that you say can help bring things into fruition. This is Venus can also help, she's a benefic and she's moving through the house of your resources. So some money could come in, or helping you understand how you make your money, bringing creative ideas and ways of creating money, creating manifestation, helping you sort of engage in the things that you value and you care about, doing activities perhaps a little more active. And so, yeah, really lovely transit for us all, wherever Venus goes. She gives us that sense of appreciation and value. Again, as I said, appreciating who you are. You may have been going through a lot of conflict and a lot of frustration or difficulties with that long Mars transit. But really, in Mars is helping you understand your motivations, to what it is that's important to you and what it is that you value. And now Venus is sort of bringing harmony to all of that, bringing that all together, and helping give you strength and courage to be able to express your value, to be able to harness the desire and the passion that you have about what it is that you value. What was that? That was the Knight of Cups. We'll see if that wants to come out again. And because we're dealing with a Venus transit, you are ruled by Venus. So Venus's transits tend to have a little more effect on you than they do in general, other rising signs, aside from Libra. And so you're going to feel this a lot more, particularly because this is a Mercury ruled sign of Gemini, and Mercury is in your sign. I've done a Mercury in Taurus transit, so check that out. Mercury's going to retrograde there, not quite the Knight of Cups, but the Page of Cups. And so they're in mutual reception with one another, as I talked about a lot in the introduction, and this kind of means that they're able to communicate a lot easier. They understand the needs of that sign, and be able to operate in it with a lot of strength, because they're both sort of feedback looping into one another. So your ability to understand and communicate and express yourself, and the things that you're going over and revisiting with that retrograde is being facilitated by Venus being in Gemini. By Venus in Gemini, of what it is that you care about. How do you want to embody yourself in your actions and your deeds? What really brings you a sense of joy, a sense of love, a sense of connection, a real creative energy coming through at this time. Just had an energetic release. And so what's going on with Mercury, your ability to understand your motivations and understand your actions, communicate with your body as well, the senses that you have, and how does your body respond to your values and the information that it's collecting. This ease that Venus is bringing. That's the Nine of Swords. See if that. Oh no, they do want that to come through. What was I saying? Oh yeah, Mercury and Venus. So again, you know, that revisiting and understanding about what it is that you want to embody, and again, that communication with your physical senses, being able to integrate those more in terms of your value system and how you manifest. My hand's sort of tapping around my throat now and on my heart chakra. Taurus rules the throat. So we're dealing with a lot of communication here at the moment, and how that information is integrated into the physical body. We also look to Libra because what's going on with Venus is sort of leveling up the signs that she rules. And as we just talked about Taurus, but she also rules Libra. And for you, that's your sixth house of work, health and routines. So with this, and they sort of trine one another, they do, Gemini and Libra are fellow air signs, so they're trining one another, so there's support helping you bring balance and understanding to the way that you work, so the sixth house I see is how you embody the work that you do. So your value system and how you value yourself, what direction you want to go in with how you manifest, and the money that you make is leveling up how you embody that, how you take those actions in that Librarian energy. And also bringing into balance your routines and your health practices based on this value system that you're integrating after that very long, hello, that's the Taurus card, the Hierophant, based on that that very long journey that we've had with Mars moving through Gemini, that's really been helping you in the long term understand your motivations and your passions to take action and get out of bed in the morning. Right, so there's going to be 4 piles. The first pile is going to be Venus's journey through Gemini in general. For the Gemini reading, it also sort of brought in the energy of her journey through Taurus as well. I think it'll all depend on the sign and the messages that want to come through. Had a big energetic release at that Ace of Wands. And the second pile, so I'm going to be talking about 2 aspects. I'll be shuffling while I'm talking about them, and then we'll move, me and the energies will do some energetic work and move the cards around, and then I'll reintegrate what I've talked about or with the cards that come up. So the first aspect is on the 25th or 26th of April, depending on where you live. If you are watching this video after the event, it doesn't mean that you've missed this energy. I talk about the aspects when they are exact, but we feel them in the lead up and the lead afterwards, and also they are seeding energy and shifting the vibrational frequency through their interactions for us in the long term. So it's not energy that you're missing out on. It's sometimes it's helpful to look back at these things, having gone through it, and go, oh, that's what turned up, and having a more bit of hindsight with understanding it. So we have, We have a sextile between Venus in Gemini and Chiron in Aries. So you have Aries in your 12th house, your hidden house. You've been going through a lot of transformational rediscovering of who you are, digging up, clearing out trauma patterns, getting to the root of that which is hidden, which is your soul. It's making me think this moon card come up because we kind of in eclipse energy right now. There's an eclipse happening either very early in the hours of today or very early tomorrow morning. But I think the eclipse path is for about 12 hours, so we're kind of in it at the moment. I recommend checking out that video. That was a very sort of cosmic, multi-dimensional energy coming through of soul integration. So you've got that in your 12th house, so very potent energy. And a couple of days following this, well, 5 or 6 days, that's a little while, we've now got the integration with Venus in Gemini's sextile in Chiron. So we've been working through the wounds that we have with our autonomous sense of self, with how we're seeing, how we take action. And so with this sextile to Chiron, that's an aspect of Venus. She wants to bring in creativity, harmony, desire, pleasure, love, appreciation, relationships. And like that relationship can be with yourself, with the things that you care about. It doesn't just have to be other people. And so Venus is helping provide this smooth, this easy, this understanding, this playfulness being in Gemini with Chiron of those wounds. You know, with Chiron, I recommend checking out the Libra video, the collective one for the full moon, where I break down the mythology of Chiron in some detail. And but essentially Chiron is about the wounds that we feel. That was the Temperance card. We'll see if that comes out again. The wounds that we feel, whether that's emotional, spiritual, or physical, that don't seem to heal, but the lessons that we learn from them are very powerful. Chiron was a master teacher. And so you're uncovering wounds about your sense of self and also magic of the 12th house. That, you know, it's the hidden house, it's the house of mysteries. And so it's this what's that? Two of Cups, lovers. Let's see. Two of Cups. Let's see if that comes through. Blah, blah, blah. And so Venus talking to Chiron in your value house and how you value yourself, of helping heal those wounds of not being seen and not being valued. And she's bringing in that understanding and that appreciation, bringing in that sense of creativity and that value of that journey that you've been on and how it's formed who you are, and helping, as I said, bring that sense of harmony, getting that discord, clearing out that discourse of Mars moving through there. And bringing this all together, bringing an understanding so you feel more complete and more whole. You have appreciation for yourself on a higher frequency. At the same time as this transit, the moon will be conjunct Mars, so could be very emotional, very intuitive time. And the sun, and that's in your 3rd house of communication, and the sun will be sextiling Saturn. So the sun will have just moved into Taurus, into your sign, bringing vitality and illumination to who you are. Sextiling Saturn, your hopes, dreams and wishes, your friends, groups and alliances. And Mars will also be squaring Chiron, and we'll have felt that in the lead up. It's exact the next day, and I've pulled cards for that in the Mars transit. So they were very powerful. That was very, very powerful energy. And I love that we've got Venus coming in here just beforehand, giving a sense of smoothness, a sense of appreciation and creativity, just this ease. She's a benefic. She wants to help us out, and feeding that information into Chiron just before that Chiron square with Mars. So that's going to be very potent energy in the lead up to that exact square between Mars and Chiron. Okay, let's see if the Magician wants to come out again. The following aspect, this is all going to be in the description box, so do check it out. I know it's a lot of information. I will go over these aspects again when I am bringing the cards into it. So on the 4th or 5th of May, depending on where you live, we have another sextile. And this is with Jupiter in Aries. So we're dealing with Aries and Gemini here, and they're both yang day signs. They're both not beholden by gravity. So there's a lot of energy. There's a lot of direct motion. There's a lot of wanting to take action here. They get along. They kind of understand one another. And the ideas of what's Venus, the harmony of ideas that Venus is bringing in, is helping motivate that spark of passion, that desire to take action in that Aries area of your life. And Jupiter's been there for a while. This is going to be at 27 degrees of both signs. And these are the two benefics talking to one another in a benefic aspect, so an aspect of Venus. So there's a lot of ease here. There's a lot of flow happening, of understanding and wisdom, of integration of the hidden parts of who you are, bringing those all together to help facilitate your values, to help bring this sense of creativity and appreciation and love of yourself during this time. Love this for us. At the same time, these guys are squaring Neptune at 26 degrees. It would have been exact that sort of same day, the couple of hours before, because this 27 degrees, it's like 0 minutes. So this is all on the same day, with this Venus exactly squaring Neptune. And Neptune is in your 11th house of hopes and dreams, friends, groups and alliances, and also the benefits that you get from your career house. And so what does this mean? So bringing in that Neptune energy of everything all at once, I see it as our ability to tap into the creative cosmic field of the creation energy of the universe. So beyond our possible limited beliefs, all the dimensions, all the frequencies, all coming in. It can be very idealistic, can be very foggy, and can create delusion, but it's very, very powerful, very mystical, very idealistic, of really helping you harness with Venus, wanting to appreciate and bring in a sense of value and connection to your hopes and your dreams, to how you value self, how you manifest. And all of that very potently crossing that square, that aspect of Mars, which is can bring about conflict, drama and frustration. But what I focus on is friction, because we need friction in order to create in this linear 3D time frame. And so very powerful manifestation energy between Venus and Neptune, and the sextile is moving between those two. So this abundance, this sense of wisdom and cohesion and opportunities coming up with Jupiter, feeding into Lady Luck, that is Venus, and helping you understand your values. And just after that, depending, I think it's about 12 hours after these are exact, but that energy is still very potent at the time, we have on the 5th of May the final Scorpio eclipse that's happening while the nodes are still in Taurus and Scorpio. We will have another one when the nodes have moved into Aries and Libra later on in the year, so that will be an out of sign eclipse. And this is a full moon in Scorpio, and so you have Scorpio in your 7th house of relationships. This is culminations and endings. This is a culmination of all the journey that we've gone on. You've been refining your one-to-one relationships, and this is opposing your Taurus energy. And so Mercury's going to be involved, and but I just all this very supportive, very dreamlike, opportunity, aspirational, benefic energy is feeding into that eclipse. So I'm going to be doing a separate video on that, so do go check that out if you feel so inclined nearer the time. And the final pile is how these energies are all cultivating and moving forward. And as I said, these are seeding times of these energies, of where clues come up of how these energies are going to work with you moving forward, because it's shifting your vibrational frequency, that is helping the long-term engagement with. Yeah, as I said, you don't miss out on these things. These aren't they're, whether consciously or unconsciously, these things are coming together to help support you. Right, so this is usually when I'm quiet, and the energies will bring things together. Got a lot of cards here, guys. Okay, so we've got 2 5s here. So these are some of the most difficult energies in the deck. And so this is about Venus's journey through Gemini, but I also feel that this is helping sort of highlight her journey through Taurus, but also the kind of energy that Mars has been helping clear out. And so this is what she's helping you go over. So we've got the 5 of Pentacles, which is about feeling left out in the cold. So this value system of how you value yourself, of not feeling supported, but just feeling a bit left out, and not being able to tap into your manifestation, your ability to bring in money. And then we've got the 9 of Swords, which is about worrying over things that you can't control. This is about anxiety. This is sleepless nights. This is nightmares. It always asks you to look to the roses on the card of being able to focus on small things that bring you joy. They're wanting to move through these quite quickly. And this is the 5 of Wands. This is about chaos energy. This is nothing quite getting going, maybe having lots of different ideas that aren't necessarily feeling supported or coming to fruition, and feeling anxious and losing sleep over that. We've also got the 6 of Swords, which is feeling like your resources aren't all there, but it's also asking you to think differently. Maybe you've been going, with that Mars energy of really being able to go to different spaces and having, feeling this chaos energy, things not quite feeling right. We've got this. I always wonder why they don't put them in the right order at the same time. But we've got the 4 of Cups, which is comparing yourself to other people, comparing your ideas to others and feeling like you're not quite getting what it is that you need. You're not feeling in that abundant space. But the Ace of Cups is coming in this sense of looking inward and finding your own, your ability to nourish yourself in the actions that you're doing, and asking you to not look at the others, not engage with that, not look to the outside world for support, not look to the outside to realize your own space of abundance. And that this energy is, been causing you to have sleepless nights and anxiety about things that just are simply out of your control, like time. I always get the feeling with the universe, especially with the astrology, is that we're here on this ever-evolving journey, and sometimes things take time. With the 7 of Swords, as I said, this is about, there's joyfulness in this card, even though, this guy's essentially stealing from other people, but there's such yellow in it, and that usually means that there's a playfulness to this. So it's kind of like, there's lots of interpretations with 7s and 5s, that there's stopping the war, stopping something taking place that actually might not have served you, being left with 2 resources, that 2 ideas, really clarifying down on what works for you, and being able to think differently and take action on it. We've also got the 6 of Cups, which is about getting a gift from the past, being able to look at the past fondly, being able to be appreciative and change your vibrational frequency about how you look at these emotional spaces that you've been in, or this space of lack of with the 2nd house, of how you value yourself and how you're able to manifest. That this is shifting gear, because we've got these lovely cards come up for the energy of Venus moving through Gemini. So she's been helping clear out this energy and work through this energy. Just had an energetic release. Especially because you've had Uranus in the 1st house of Taurus, where she's been of potentially very disruptive energy. Uranus is helping you not only sort of take things away from you, but also because of that be able to think in a more unique way. And Venus is helping you understand that journey and appreciate that. And so we've got the Ace of Cups, the Two of Wands, and the Sun. So very strong cards. The Ace of Cups represents renewal. And being able to connect to things, feel nourished, feel that sense of abundance from your cup runneth over. So there's this sense of vitality. There's this sense of flow coming in with Venus moving through Gemini of, I appreciate and I understand and I feel nourished by this journey, as well as the Two of Wands, which is long-term manifestation. You're getting the lay of this new land without Mars being in Gemini. And this is about, getting the lay of the land in order to start a new journey and start a new way of looking at the world and looking at yourself in the world. So appreciating your value system. And we've got the Sun card. This is vitality. This is strength. This is play. This is fun. This is directness, but, really feeling very invigorated and feel like and understanding there's clarity and vision coming through with Venus moving through this sign for you. Love this. We have for the conjunction with Chiron. We've got the Queen of Wands, not the conjunction, the sextile, I do apologize. The Queen of Wands, Justice, and the Hierophant card. So the Queen of Wands is very able to, we're dealing with wands here. We've got Chiron in Aries, which is a fire sign, and wands are linked into fire, of really being in command and understanding the hidden part of you. It's not only you having cleared through all that trauma, you're getting to the root of your soul, the root of your existence. And the Queen of Wands is able to communicate that and understand that and make good decisions. You're able to find creative and passionate ways, inspiring ways to take action, to be very independent, to appreciate who you are. Justice card is about balance. It's another Venus card. This is Libra, which is bringing things into balance. Okay, they wanted to move on quite quickly of how you look at yourself and how you value yourself, and how your resources might have been out of balance, your personal resources, how you make your money, and how that's coming back into equilibrium. Because we got the Hierophant card. That's your card, Taurus. This is about knowing yourself. This is having gone on a journey. You've got all of those cards there with Mars moving through there for so long, of reevaluating, working through, and really being able to connect in the long term. This is about tradition. This is about community, but being able to share what it is that you've learnt. But again, that guru energy, knowing yourself, being aware of your own strengths and your own part to play is as an individual in the bigger community. We have for the sextile with Jupiter. This is just before the eclipse that's happening in Scorpio. So we've got the moon, we've got the Wheel of Fortune, which is Jupiter's card, and we've got the Six of Wands, which is a victory. And so this is about just before this eclipse, we've got a shift and change in how you view yourself, a shift and change of your sense of appreciation and value and feeling like things are moving forward. We had all those cards that were kind of very holding back, this restriction of not feeling supported, not feeling cared about. You've had a lot going on in your 12th house of your hidden health, clearing out traumas. This is the connection to you and how you value yourself. So this is really harnessing the idea that there's a shift happening, not only with the Wheel of Fortune, but the fact that we've got the victory card. And this card for me, when we're bringing in the 12th house, is about all those different parts of who you are integrated in this one being. And the things that your actions you're taking, you're going to be celebrated. You're going to feel good about yourself. And with the moon card, of how that's bringing a completion and a culmination in yourself, where the sun will be, and in your 7th house of one-to-one relationships. So perhaps if you work, because that's not just romantic, that's business and friendship, of bringing in this shift and change of this dynamic of the strength of how you feel about yourself, and the value and the love that you and desire that you have about you is impacting just before this culmination of your one-to-one relationships. And that could be people coming into your life, clients that you have that are providing support for how you make your money and how you manifest, bringing in frequencies of one-to-one dynamics that are matching your vibrational frequency of your new value system. The final, how these cards are all integrating moving forward. We have the World card, the Ace of Wands, Page of Cups, Four of Pentacles, Ten of Pentacles. The World card is about knowing yourself, knowing your value, knowing your worth. The more that you do that, the more you shift that vibrational frequency, the more the world opens up to you. We've got the Ace of Okay, we've got the Page of Cups. This is a new renewal, imaginative, creative way of interacting with your value system and how you value yourself and how you manifest, right? So getting creative and like your mind is open up. You're moving away from this anxiety, from focused on what you can't control, feeling this lack, feeling like your resources may have been taken away from you. And with that Ace of Cups that we had at the beginning, got two aces, which is like big yeses from the universe of something shifting. That this Page of Cups is now you're able to get creative. Now you're curious about the life that you can embody, the how this enjoyment and emotional connection to what it is that you value. Even though we're dealing with an air sign, you know, we've got cups coming through that are helping you understand on an intuitive level we are the wonder that it is of the individual and the value that we all have to give to the world, being illuminated by this full moon in Scorpio. Right, so we've got the Ace of Wands. Again, you had the Ace of Cups, now we've got the Ace of Wands, bringing in new passion, bringing in new vitality to your values, to your resources, really helping bring, it's just gone over that, so I'm wondering if that's bringing in vitality with your one-to-one relationships. This sense of play, this sense of creativity, this sense of imagination and passion coming through, of just this real, you know, with the Sun card being the crowning card, this is vitality. This is real appreciation and love for yourself. And the energy is moving forward. We've got the Four of Pentacles and the Ten of Pentacles. So this is long-term legacy in the 3D realm. This is knowing your own power, knowing your own strength. And with that knowing, the actions that you're taking, the way that you're looking at yourself and the things that you value around you, the way that you're thinking differently and more creatively about your resources, is bringing, you know, creative ideas coming up here, passionate ideas with that Ace and the Page of Cups, a new opportunity coming in with the Page of Cups. That this is long-term legacy, the Ten of Pentacles. This is the things that you're doing are helping bring the mundane and the spiritual, the 3D and the 5D together, to this spiritual side of you, your unseen side of you, and the 3D side of you, bringing them together to help facilitate not only you but your long-term legacy in the community. Right, I'm going to pull some clarification cards. This can either be confirming messages that have come through, adding jigsaw pieces and clues to those messages, or bringing in new messages altogether. This is the numerology deck. I put all the decks in the description box if any of them take your fancy. So that was creativity and new beginnings. We're going to see if they come out again. Okay, the deck's being playful. It's had an energetic release. and that's gone over the Chiron. The Chiron and Venus pile, Chiron being in the 12th, the hidden house, which is often also very much linked into magic, helping you get in touch so with fire energy in terms of that intuition. For me, it's instinct. It's the things that you're instinctively drawn to take action on. That is coming into balance. It's gone over the Hierophant of knowing yourself, understanding those hidden parts of who you are, bringing that society, that community of the 12th house, of all those different people, all those different aspects of you, all your aspects of your soul coming together and being in harmony. Because we've also, as I said, got that second so the Strength card just came through, and they're wanting to highlight the word telepathy. It's also intellect and intuition again. You know, as I said, with that retrograde, you're really bringing in this ability to revisit. You know, Uranus is very much involved, as is Mars in Cancer. Again, that intuitional space, you know, the moon is very much involved in that retrograde, and that retrograde is impacting Venus and her journey through Gemini. Of revisiting and embodying in the physical form, got extremism. I wonder what that's about. That's Mercury in Cancer. Okay, sort of highlighting you've been through some extreme emotions. You've been dealing with a lot. You've had the nodes in your sign of really trying to understand yourself with the North Node and striving for that with Uranus being there, and Uranus is going to be there for a while. That's some big energy. It's the fixed signs have been going through it the last couple of years a lot. So I'm not surprised that a lot of those cards have come up, that we're still integrating those energies and working through them, even though Saturn's now moved out of Aquarius. That we're now reaping the benefits of that and integrating that with this journey of Venus moving through your second house of your values. So really harnessing and bringing in all that information of all those things together and getting a sense of value come through. Let's see what the final message wants to be. Got parenting. And this courageous peony was about your multifaceted, unique nature. Let yourself be seen. Just wondering, you know, with this parenting card, I always talk about, you know, being the adult in the room, but it could be linked into parents diminishing your ability to feel like you are seen. That have, you know, we're dealing at the moment with a lot of things come up linked into traumatize and trauma responses that are being unblocked at this time. Oh, I just had my head went back and a lot of energy came out. That is shifting gears, so we're getting into balance and being able to have a real strength and understanding and taking care of our intuition. Right. Should we do one more card? One more card for Taurus. One more card for Taurus. Got the Star card. What a lovely card to end on. We've got the Sun, the Moon, and the Sun. The Sun, the Moon, and the Star. So all of the sort of luminary energy. Got a lot of beautiful energy coming through for you. Potential, success, happy endings, promising beginnings. This is about deep emotional healing on a galactic and 3D level of bringing in hopes and dreams and really being able to appreciate our own star potential. And I love that for the second house of how you value yourself. We are all 3 generation stardust. We are all wonderful beings of the creative creation energy of the universe. Like, it can sometimes be really hard to integrate that, and I like that that's coming through for you, Taurus, with all of that intensity of the eclipses and Uranus in your first house. Right, Taurus, I'm going to leave it at that. I really hope you enjoyed this message. If any of it resonated, as I said, I listed a lot of ways you can help pay it forward in the introduction. On a personal note, I would love to hear from you. I like chatting and hearing about the astro weather and how it's affecting everybody. But other than that, be good to yourself, be good to those around you, and be well until we meet again. Aries rising. How you doing, Aries? For those of you just tapping into the Aries energy, look to where Aries falls in your chart, the house that it's in, the themes of that house, and apply those themes to the messages that are coming through with the tarot. It's essentially as if that Aries has moved to the first house. But for Aries rising, you are having this Venus transit in Gemini happening in your third house. This is the house of the goddess. This is where we bring our big picture philosophies down into our day-to-day, the things that the being very mindful in the things that we do and infusing it with meaning, and however that comes up, philosophy, morals, ethics, all those things, spirituality, and just being, enjoying the 3D realm and the day-to-day. This is also mostly the house of communication. And this is, it's not just talking to one another, say like writing on a day-to-day basis, or engaging in different forms, anyway, all sorts of things. And this is also the house of your local community. So the places that you go on a regular basis, the people that you speak to, your local environment can also be the house of starting to learn something new, as well as short distance travel. Again, lots of moving around, a sharing of ideas during this time. Venus moving through this house. How might this look like? Well, firstly, she's moving through the sign that Mars has been in for 8 months. And so she's helping bring harmony to the potential disruption that Mars may have brought. Mars has been teaching us very valuable lessons, and now Venus is helping smooth those over and help us have an appreciation and value and care and desire to engage and integrate those things, and doing so with a bit more ease. She is a benefic. She wants to help you out. She wants you to feel good about yourself and good about the people around you. So this is the local community. Perhaps a strong feminine energy has come into your life at this time to help give you support and understanding of how you want to communicate. What it is that you want from your local community. So yeah, Venus is the ease in which you're able to communicate is going to be a lot more playful, a lot more fun, a lot more desiring to engage in different ways of communicating, collecting different pieces of information, and you're integrating that in a lot smoother way because Mars has sort of cleared out a lot of the old things that we may have held on to, and helped disperse of that. And now Venus is giving a creative boost of what brings you fun, what brings you amusement, and what is it that you enjoy communicating about, what it is that you enjoy learning about, how do you find just generally finding a lot of enjoyment in your day-to-day in the things that you're doing, and really being able to embody this sense of playfulness during this time. The third house and Gemini energy, sextiles, Aries energy. So this is fire and air. They are both not beholden by gravity. They are both day yang signs. They want to take action. They want to go, and they have a lot of fun doing so. And there's a directness to this energy, and it's sextiling your Aries energy. So sextiles are an aspect of Venus. She wants to bring creativity, appreciation, a value, harmony, this sense of connection, relationships. Like, it's not just relationships with intimate relationships, but this is relationships with everybody and everything, especially because it's your local community. And this is for Aries rising, your embodiment of your sun or your moon in your actions and your deeds, and it's how other people see you. So this is sextiling that energy. So Venus is helping your local community feel good about you, be able to see you with a sense of harmony, a sense of playfulness, and wanting to engage. You're wanting to engage in your local community. Your local community is wanting to engage back, and your actions and your deeds are really being facilitated at this time of appreciation and value and love for who you are, as well as thinking thinking, being able to communicate creatively. There's me not being able to communicate. Is really getting a lot of strength here. Right, so because we are dealing with a Venus transit, we look to the signs that Venus rules, and Venus rules Taurus and Libra, so Libra for you is in your 7th house of your one-to-one relationship. So she's leveling up your ability to communicate in your one-to-one relationships, and those relationships that are important to you, and interact with them on a day-to-day basis in your local community. She's also leveling up your 2nd house of values, which is your resources, how you value yourself, the things that you care about, how you manifest and how you make money. And this is also doubly important because that's where Mercury is, and Mercury rules Gemini. And so what's going on with Gemini is affecting what's going on in what's going on with Mercury in Taurus is affecting what's going on in Gemini, and they are both in signs that each other's rules. So this is mutual reception. It essentially means that they're in cahoots with one another. They're very tightly connected. They're very tightly engaged in what the other energy wants from energies that are moving through their signs. So there's a lot of support between your value house and how you communicate that value. We're also going to have a Mercury retrograde there, so that's going to be revisiting this unique way of getting in touch with your voice. I've done a Mercury in retrograde series for the first half of it, so do go check that out. So we've got a lot of support here, and a lot of things might come up that are facilitating your ability to understand your values and how you want your local community to look at the way that you communicate and engage in. I've got some energy around my throat chakra. The Taurus rules the throat. So we've got this link of Taurus, which is the throat and how we speak and sing, along with the house of communication. So really great support for us all having this mutual reception. So there are going to be 4 piles. The first pile is Venus in Gemini in general, and then are going to be 2 aspects that I'm going to talk about, and then how these energies are moving forward. So the first aspect that I'm talking about today is on the 25th or 26th of April. This is when it's exact. We're going to feel it in the lead up, and feel in the lead up to this exact point, and then moving forward. These are times when energies are seeded, and you get clues and understanding about how this energy is going to sort of integrate into your being moving forward. And so this is a sextile with Chiron in Aries, your sign. So there's a lot of interaction between Venus and Aries, the main aspects that she's making for this video, and I mean in general, but that I'm talking about in this video. And so you've had Chiron moving through your 1st house for a while now, really helping you work out your wounds when it comes to being seen, being able to enact your sun or your moon in your actions, being able to be autonomous in those actions. We've had so much support helping Chiron heal those wounds, understand those wounds are in fact medicine in order for us to not only teach ourselves but those around us, and this is, again, we're getting further support from Venus sextiling this energy. Again, that's an aspect of Venus: creativity, appreciation, a value, a sense of connectivity and desire between these 2 signs, getting on with each other, of facilitating one another. So your ability to communicate and your ability to understand those wounds and how you're embodying them. Just after this, we're going to have an exact square between Mars and Chiron. I've pulled cards for that already in the Mars transit video. Very, very powerful energy came out for all the 12 signs for that particular aspect. We're going to be feeling that generally leading up to this, but I really like how Venus is talking to Chiron exactly before Mars does. So this is, again, this is really this smoothing over this sense of lightness, of fun, of appreciation about that Chiron journey, about the journeys that we've all been on with Chiron, of really getting in touch with the wisdom of that and being able to be playful with it, with Venus being in Gemini, and integrate and bring a sense of harmony and balance to those wounds and your ability to be in your community, to communicate that wisdom to your community. And so at the same time of this aspect, Mars will be conjunct the Sun, and for you that's in your 4th house of home, very much tapping into your intuition during this time, your motivations behind that and the actions that you're taking. And the Sun will be sextiling Saturn. So the Sun will have just moved into Taurus, your house of values. And so that's going to be impacting Mercury, and therefore that's, you know, impacting Venus. So really shining a light on your value system. And sextiling Saturn in your 12th house, your hidden house, bringing up that magic, the layers of trauma responses we may have had, and smoothing that out and gaining your own power and authority in that 12th house, that power over those different dynamics, bringing them together for your long-term foundations and structures. The second aspect is another sextile, and this is happening on the 4th or 5th of May depending on where you live, and this is to Jupiter, and this is at 27 degrees, and this is also in Aries. So you've had Jupiter moving through there, helping elevate your Aries energy and how you embody yourself, sense of opportunities and appreciation and expansion in who you are, and inspiration, feeling very inspired by your own ability to shine. You've also got 2 eclipses, which is pretty nuts. No, not 2 eclipses, 2 Aries new moons. If you haven't checked out the Aries new moon video that I've done, the recent one, I really recommend it. That's happening either late tonight or early tomorrow morning, and the energy is still going to be around, so it's not that you're missing out on it if you watch that video later. Anyway, so this is a sextile. I put all of this in the description box, so don't worry. I know it's a lot of information, but it is there for you to go back and look over. So this, you would have felt the lead up of this. Speaking of Jupiter, you would have felt the lead up to this, and you'll feel it afterwards. It's not just at this moment, but this is when it's exact, so when it's its most potent. And this is, again, this is another sextile, so between the 2 benefics, so very powerful, potent, abundant energy at this time. And so Jupiter wanting to elevate and bring cohesion and understanding, opportunities and expansion of who you are, communicating with Venus, who's wanting you to understand how you're appreciated and valued, and bringing you the ease in which you're able to communicate at this time and be inspired through your actions and your deeds of what it is that you want from how you communicate. My hands are now clicking over my throat chakra, and what kind of community that you want to be in, giving this opportunities come through in your community to really highlight this expansion journey that you've gone on with Jupiter moving through Aries. At the same time, we have a square with a Neptune. So Neptune's in Pisces, again, that hidden house, really helping you tap into the magic of that. The Neptune for me is everything all at once. It's really tapping into the imaginative creator field that is the universe, that all the time frames, all the timelines, all the frequencies, all the dimensions, and this fantasy element. It can also bring about fog and delusion during this space, so just be mindful of people that you might meet in your local community that you might fall instantly in love with. Just as it always, it's one of those things that could happen, but it's just be mindful with that, sit with it, don't let yourself get carried away, and really be able to appreciate that let the fog settle, essentially. But it's more tapping into those fantasies, those idealistic spaces, things you could never possibly imagine about the magic and integration of that 12th house into the way that you communicate, being able to bring in very mystical and wonderful energy into your ability to write and to think and to talk, and how that's expressed in your local community. Just before this, so just after this, so I think about 12 hours afterwards, we're going to have an eclipse in Scorpio. This will be a full moon, a lunar eclipse in Scorpio, which for you is in your 8th house of shared resources. So I just wanted to let you know that there's this really beautiful, very benefic, potent energy between Jupiter and Venus, as well as Neptune. Neptune is often seen as the higher vibrational frequency of Venus. So very supportive energy coming through before we've got this eclipse, which is sort of a culmination in your relationship dynamics, like the give and take between you and the outside world. So really helping harness your ability to bring in very powerful energy that's linked into the way that you communicate and the appreciation that you get from the outside world. So that's all of the aspects, and the final part is how these energies are going to move forward and integrate into your cosmic being. Right, let's see. I'll keep shuffling for a little bit until the energies want to put the deck down, and then me and the energies are going to do some energy work. We're going to move the cards around, get them in order. It's all part of the process, so please do bear with me. This is usually when I'm quite quiet, to allow the energies to for me to channel. And it just is, sometimes it's difficult to think, channel, think and talk at the same time. So it's just allow that energy to integrate within you while it's happening. Let's see what final tarot cards want to come through. Had an energetic release, and another one. Energy coming into my body. My hands are sort of at my throat chakra. Taurus rules the throat. Where Mercury is, this is how you embody your ability to communicate with your senses, and Gemini is about what information you are communicating. Oh, 2 aces. Right, so we have for Venus moving through Gemini. So we've all had Mars being in Gemini for a long time, and that's Venus is helping. God damn. Ay, ay, ay. Right, so we've had Mars moving through Gemini for a while, and I feel like this is a mixture of both understanding what's being cleared out and what Venus is helping to smooth over, as well as tapping into her journey through Taurus of your value system, giving you support there. So we've got the Three of Swords, the Five of Wands, the Eight of Swords, the Tower card in reverse, and the Two of Swords. So a lot of sword energy here. So we've got heartbreak, and this isn't just to do with romantic relationships. This is absolutely anything that's made your heart feel restricted, and so it can't communicate its truth. My hand's now clicking over my third eye chakra. You know, Venus is very much linked into love and appreciation and value. So funny when they do that. It's like, no, they're on, right, you've said what you've needed to say, on to the next message. We've got the Five of Wands. This is about chaos energy of conflict, of not feeling like you can express yourself, or not feeling like you're getting anywhere. There's a lot of battling voices happening. And the Eight of Swords is very much about a mental cage of your own making, and feeling stuck and stagnant and trapped in a situation that you feel is unescapable. And I feel with Venus moving through here that she's really helping. Mars has been doing this anyway, very much the chaos energy, or perhaps highlighting things that have blocked your motivation to communicate. With Mars moving through there, and then as I said, the Nine of Swords is everything's an illusion, basically. Like our mind can get very fixated on certain thought patterns because of the hormones that we're producing when we feel certain things, that our mind then keeps us stuck in this repeat loop of feeling like that is our reality. This is the Mars card, the Tower card. It's in reverse, so it shows a breaking down of structures internally, of how we're able to communicate, getting rid of blockages. They've been quite quick today. Now we've got this of the Two of Swords, which in reverse is not being able to make a decision, not being able to speak. Essentially, this figure is holding competing energies, and now in reverse, it's like you're able, combined with the fact that we've got the Lovers card, of now you're being able to understand clearly the reality of the situation. We've got for the energies, right, okay. No. So we've also got the Seven of Pentacles. I do apologize, guys. Sometimes the energies that I channel can be a bit confusing. That we've got the Seven of Pentacles, which is things have been growing, things have been cultivating, and you might not have necessarily seen things come into fruition, but that you have been doing the work, you've been laying those foundations. It's like when you plant seeds for the first time, that they take a while to grow, and your ability to comprehend that there might be a harvest at the end of it, that there might be the sense of abundance, can be a bit difficult. But it's really putting care and time into working with these things. We've had Mars in Gemini for a long time. Like, it's not quite the Eight of Pentacles, because it was roughly 8 months, but we've got a long time of this happening. And Venus is coming along and doing some deep integral healing. We've got the Star card and we've got the Lovers card. You know, the Lovers card is Gemini. The Star is about deep integral healing of knowing yourself. It follows the Tower card, which was in some of the cards we just looked at. And that's a Mars card, and this is about hopes and dreams afterwards, being able to be authentically yourself. She is unclothed, she is rid of masks, you're able to communicate from your star being. There's a sense of appreciating the messages that you have to say, appreciating your reality. You're now able, there's a clarity come through here. And the Lovers card for me is all about, so we've got the masculine, the feminine, and spirit. We've also got the animal kingdom, the plant kingdom, and all the elements here on this page. Is like, this is about integration. This is understanding that you are a multifaceted being. That was one of the messages that came up with the courageous peony, that you are multidimensional, and bringing these into integration and understanding that, and not shaming these things. You're then able to make the right decisions, to be able to communicate your choices, your values, and what it is that you care about, what it is that you love. You're able to express this. This could mean that someone may come up in your local community that you feel affinity to. But as I say in the introduction, I focus on the inner work, but you know, that could be a message for some of you. So let's see what they want to do. So for the sextile with Chiron on the 25th or 26th of April, depending on where you live, we've got the Page of Pentacles, the Knight of Cups, and the Judgment card. Let's wait a second while they're being weird. I'm so, yeah, I do hold reverence for these energies, but I've got Aries in the 9th house. Like, there's part of me that's like, yeah, whatever. We've got the Knight of Cups, the Page of Pentacles, and Judgment. The Knight of Cups is so this is the healing of yourself, of being able to integrate those wounds that you may have had about how you embody your actions and your deeds. And I like how we've got the Knight of Cups here, because this is really being able to connect and defend your actions and understand them. And there's a very watery, romantic energy with the Knight of Cups, but this ability to communicate in a different way, communicate in a way that is there's a sense of love and appreciation. There's a sense of love and appreciation with the way that you're able, because communication is body language, it's the way you talk, it's eye contact, it's all these different subtle body energies of, there's a real sense of beautiful support with that Knight of Cups, of healing those wounds, and feeling love and appreciation with your embodiment of self. And with the Page of Pentacles, this is heralding in a new way of embodiment. This is curiosity. There's a sense of vitality with the pages, of bringing in new opportunities, new ways of communicating that are facilitating your 3D form. You know, that the self, the first house is the house of self, of your body and your appearance, of there's a vitality here, there's a strength here. And then we've got the Judgment card. So the Judgment card, this is resurrection, this is elevation, this is a rising of the frequencies of all the different parts of who you are, and leveling up your ability to communicate on a higher vibrational frequency, having incorporated and understanding that sense of appreciation of that Chiron journey. And this is just before that Mars Chiron square, so a real sense of vibrational frequency shift. This is ascension, this is leveling up. You know, you've been doing so much work in your first house, Aries, of understanding yourself and understanding the actions that you take, that this sextile with Venus is, again, going over the area that Mars has been in, of like, how do we bring this all together? How do we bring this all into communion? How do we connect all the dots to this and have a sense of value and appreciation with our ability to express ourselves yeah. All the while, Mercury is in Taurus, you know, either in shadow or retrograding, where we're really being able to look at our values in a very different, maverick way. And the fact that the judgment's coming through of bringing in that level of higher vibrational frequencies, you know, it's a spirit energy. It's got an angel on it. You've got two cards with angels. That is a real shift in dynamic of the messages that are coming through, perhaps being able to connect to different frequencies and bring in different unique ideas with this transit, and being able to communicate them to your local community. For the second aspect, this is the sextile with Jupiter. The Wheel of Fortune is the Jupiter card. And so this is a change of fortune. This is a real shift in energy. This is all the work that you've been doing now paying off. And we've got the Magician card, which is Mercury's card. So very much linked into communication, but knowing you have all the resources that you have at your fingertips in order to create magic, in order to create the way that you want to communicate, a sense of the community that you want to bring in, the learning that you're doing, of really being able to harness every aspect. You know, Gemini is very much different areas of knowledge, of bringing these things together, and helping that expand how you enact your sun or your moon in the deeds that you're doing. Like really bringing in that connection of Venus, that appreciation of information, that appreciation of details and different things, and getting that to be expanded and changing your fate. We have, for the energies moving forward, we've got some duplicates. We've got 2 threes and 2 aces, very powerful energy, as well as the Queen of Cups and the 6 of Wands. Lots of cards here. New nourishment and creative energy, of, you know, she's moving into Cancer as well, so it's going to be feeding into that watery element of bringing it into your intuition and into your home. But this is more about the third house, your local community, the house of the goddess, being able to appreciate the different things that you do on a day-to-day basis that have meaning, that have connection. We've got the 3 of we've got the 3 of Cups and the 3 of Wands. So the 3 of Cups is celebration, being able to be appreciated and valued, the things that you have to say, by like-minded people, bringing in a community that's matching your vibrational frequency. The Magician coming in and saying, hey, we can shift gears. If you're not happy with what's going on, we can create and we can draw that in. We've also got the 3 of Wands. This is about dominion. This is about being on a higher ground, having done the work, having established it, that you're now able to start a new journey in the way that you communicate, or in bringing in, as I said, a community that matches your vibrational frequency, your new abundant space. We've got 2 aces, Ace of Pentacles, Ace of Cups. This is renewal in the 3D world. This is very powerful energy when you've got 2 aces. It's like a yes from the universe of, yes, we're integrating, and yes, we're changing the dynamic. Yes, we're leveling this up. We're bringing in freshness. We're bringing in vitality. We're shifting that vibrational frequency. And this is earth and water energy. They support one another. Even though we're dealing with fire and air right now, I like that you've now got the other 2 elements of what's tangible, what matters, what's supporting you in the physical 3D realm, and how do you feel about it? What's important to you? This sense of nourishment, this sense of vitalization in your day-to-day, revitalizing the physicality in with the way that you communicate, and the inspiration that you're bringing, the imagination, the intuitive connection to the way that you speak. My hands have just gone around my throat. And we've got the 6 of Wands. This is the victory card. This is being celebrated, being the way that you communicate and the messages that you have to bring are being supported and celebrated by the community. You are valued. You are cared for. You are now appreciating your own way of communication. You're feeling good about yourself. What you are communicating is victorious. It has merit to yourself and has merit to those around you. It has value. Right, let's pull some clarification cards. This is either going to bring in new messages or confirm messages that have already come through, or add little jigsaw pieces and clues and expand messages that are here already. I put all the decks, that definitely flipped. Intuition, this has been coming up a lot. Just generally for all the readings, like I talked about that Aries in my video, the second Aries new moon, that I really do feel that it's helping like clear a lot of blockages linked into our intuition. Obviously the way that you communicate with your intuition sorry, my head just went back, is going to be strengthened at this time. A shift maybe that's been out of whack, out of balance with Mars moving through Gemini for so long, and now Mars is in the sign of Cancer. So really got the World card. Did we get the World card for you? I don't think we did. No. It's come up a lot. I think it's come up in the other two. I do apologize. The World card, renewal, rebirth, reincarnation, celebration. I was just sort of really talking about that second Aries new moon of our soul integration. And bringing together all the different journeys our soul has been on together to help facilitate real autonomous strength and get us in touch with our intuition. Let's see what else wants to come through. You've also got the Judgment card, which I know it's different, but this deck uses different keywords to what the tarot would have. Got activate. So activating a rebirth in the way that you're able to communicate. Just had an energetic release. Let's pull a card from the Oracle of the Rising Sun. The energies have been super frenetic today. I'm not surprised. I'm tapping into the Gemini energy. Got health. Sun in Virgo. Again, that's wanting to go near. It's bringing in the energy of that Chiron energy. Which is about wounds. Maybe you have been facing health issues with Chiron moving through your first house that are being supported and raised up and leveled up. That may be specific to some of you. Right, let's get a final message. Final message from the Oracle of the Rising Sun. Too many. I just want one. Just want one, guys. See if that comes out again. It was restlessness. Yeah, Gemini energy, very restless. Very restless. Okay, they don't seem to want that deck, so keep putting cards back, so let's stop that. Yeah, so requiring a lot of stimulation in the way that you communicate. Definitely, I'm finding harmony with that, with Venus moving through there. We've got the Strength card, the final message. We've got telepathy, intellect, intuition, again, animals. Okay, they're really focusing on that telepathy, the messages coming through, the cohesion, that understanding, that inner strength of being able to understand the messages that are coming through from spirit, or however you want to phrase that, being able to understand the point of them, and be able to share that information as well with your local community. All right, Aries, I'm going to leave it at that. I really enjoyed doing this reading, and I appreciate you spending time with me, sharing your energy. It means a lot. I'm very grateful, very, very, very grateful. If any of this resonated, as I said in the introduction, there are things that you can do to pay it forward. But on a personal note, I would love to hear from you if you want to drop a comment in the comments box. But other than that, be good to yourself, Aries. Be good to those around you, and be well until we meet again. Pisces rising. How you doing, Pisces? For those of you just tapping into the Pisces energy, look to where Pisces falls in your chart, the house that it falls in, the themes of that house, and apply those themes to the messages that are coming through. It's essentially as if that Pisces part of your chart has moved to the first house. But for Pisces rising, this transit of Venus is moving through your fourth house. This is your house of roots, foundations, ancestors. Sorry, I was trying to cut short some of the energy work first and start shuffling, but they're being quite insistent on getting some energy work for you out now. Right, so the fourth house, lineage, ancestors, your roots, your foundations. And your parents, your home, the things that you do in private. This is a very personal part of your chart. It's also an angular house. So when we have transits in angular houses, this means they tend to sort of show up a bit stronger in our lives and have a bit more impact. And you have this, as I said, in your fourth house. This is squaring your Pisces energy. This is a fellow mutable sign. And so this is squaring your first energetic release. This is squaring your Pisces energy. So squares are an aspect of Mars. This is can bring in conflict, drama, frustration, and competition. All of these energies I'm highlighting. So if these things do come up, to look to understand and learn the lessons from them, and then be able to transmute and change that energy. In order to co-create, because squares are also very powerful manifestation energy. It's linked into friction, and it's the Five of Cups. We'll see if that comes up again. And it's we need friction in this 3D linear time frame that we're very consciously aware of in order to bring things into this 3D reality. An energetic release. So this is squaring your Pisces energies. For Pisces rising, this is squaring your house of self. This is about how you embody your sun or your moon in your actions and your deeds. This is often how other people see you. This is your body, your appearance. So Venus moving through this sign, what does that mean? Bringing some harmony into your home, bringing a sense of enjoying lots of different things, different ideas, getting creative about the sort of the information that you're bringing in and sharing with other people. This is a sense of a value and appreciation to your home, to your private life, to your past, to your roots and your foundations. There's a sense of desire to engage in your home. Maybe perhaps you're spending a bit more time at home in your private life doing the things that you love. And this is helping you through the actions and the deeds that you're taking, create some magic, create some ability to bring up that sense of desire, that sense of blah, 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 blah. What am I trying to say? Oh, my hands have just gone around my throat chakra. Taurus is ruled by Venus and Mercury's there, so that's having an impact. And Taurus rules the throat and our ability to speak. So Venus moving through this sign, as I said, getting a lot of sense of value, sense of appreciation of your actions and your deeds that are taken in your private life. Perhaps having some appreciation and understanding of maybe trauma linked into your ancestors, linked into your parents, and being able to transmute that through your actions and your deeds. in that first house energy, right? Because we are dealing with a Gemini house, which is ruled by Mercury. We look to where Mercury is because Mercury will be having an impact on Gemini, and Mercury is currently in Taurus, the house, the sign of Venus. So they're in what's called mutual reception of one another. They are able, this is like a strong connection. They're in cahoots. They're working together to facilitate both of their journeys in each other's signs. So you've got Taurus in your third house of communication. My hands are clicking around my throat, and local community. So what's going on there? Your ability to connect on a physical level to your communication. You're going to be revisiting this, thinking, coming up with new ways of communicating, new ways of engaging in your day-to-day. So your local community. Meeting with people who are helping you understand how you want to communicate, getting a lot of experiences come up in your local community to help you work through that retrograde. And Venus is, so Mercury is impacting your private life, and the journeys that you're learning of how you communicate is feeding into Venus's journey of what it is that you appreciate and value in your home, the kind of the diversity, the duality of Gemini, that very mutable, changeable energy in your home, of perhaps, as I said, doing lots of different things. There's third house where Mercury is the house of the goddess. It's bringing your big picture philosophies into the things you do on a day-to-day basis. So these are things that you could be doing in your home that help you understand and appreciate where you've come from, what your roots are, and how you want to give strength and value to those roots, to how you engage in your private time, and how you value yourself in those actions that you're taking with Venus moving through Gemini. And because we're dealing with Venus, we look to the signs that she rules. We've talked about Taurus, so what's going on with Venus is helping facilitate Mercury in your ability to communicate and bring in communities that match your frequency and the values that you have in your home. And she also rules Libra, which for you is in the 8th house of shared resources. This is the give and take between you and the outside world. So you're leveling up your ability to communicate, and you're leveling up the interaction that you have with the outside world during this time. So they're going to be 4 piles. The first pile is for Venus's journey through Gemini. For a lot of the readings, there have been quite a lot of cards that are sort of highlighting Mars's journey through there. And how Venus is helping integrate that and incorporate that and have a sense of understanding of the value of the journey that you've been on through Mars in Gemini for so long. So this is very much helping facilitate that very long transit that we've had, and there's been a lot of cards that sort of represented that, but it could be different. I think it's going to be, might be different for every sign. So I'm just letting you know that's what's come up in previous readings. And that's going to be the sort of general message of Venus moving through this sign for you until the 7th of May. So the second pile is the first aspect. So this aspect is going to happen on the 25th exactly. So it's the exact aspect is on the 25th or the 26th of April, depending on where you live. We're going to feel this in the lead up and feel it afterwards. And this is energy that's being seeded into our energetic body. And this is a sextile with Chiron in Aries. And you have Aries in your second house of your values, your resources, how you value, what you value around you, what's important to you, and how you value yourself. You've had a big leveling up in that area of your life, really getting to know the true value of your own individual spark. It's also how you manifest and how you make your money. So Chiron moving through there, the wounds that you may have felt against how you value yourself, the wounds you may have felt about your ability to manifest and bring things into reality, has been getting a lot of support collectively from the Sun, from Jupiter, from that Libra full moon that we had. And just generally, like, we really are at that integration phase of Chiron being in Aries, and this sextile with Venus. So we've got a benefic planet, Venus, wanting to bring benefits, support, creativity, sense of appreciation and value to your value systems. Learning with Chiron, the wounded healer of those emotional or physical wounds that you may have felt, that may have felt blocked, are actually the medicine. The poison is the medicine, and what you're able to teach not only yourself but those around you, the wisdom that you've been learning. And Venus moving through your fourth, communicating with your value system, is helping you understand what it is that you need, what it is that you appreciate and value in your home, your desire to connect to that. And that was the Seven of Pentacles and the Nine of Cups. We'll see if they want to come through, and how you want to connect to that based on this innate wisdom that you've been learning with Chiron moving through there. So really getting a beautiful facilitating energy between Venus of wanting to bring that creative energy and understanding of those wounds into your private life. The fourth house is often a space where we hold a lot of trauma because it is linked into our parents. No matter what they do, they mess us up in one way or another, as well as your ancestral lineage. I talk a lot about how our bloodline and our spirit line, we hold those energies within us, and the power of the human being to be able to transmute that and change that is pretty phenomenal, especially as we're going to have that second Aries new moon that's happening either late tonight or early tomorrow morning, and we're walking through a portal, guys. So that's really shifting and changing the dynamic of the frequencies that are coming after that. So Chiron and Venus, again, that appreciation of knowing that the wounds that you have felt are being harmonized in your home. So the pleasure that you're taking in your private life, in your home, or your relationship with your parents is being smoothing over these wounds. And at the same time, the moon will be conjunct Mars. So Mars is impacting Chiron, and the moon is in her own sign with Mars. This is in your fifth house of creation energy, really being able to tap into that intuition and your ability to motivate and take action on that. The sun will have moved into Taurus, your third house of communication and local community, and it'll be sextiling Saturn in your sign. So light being shone on your communication, light being shone on your local community and what it is that you want from it, learning new things as well. Sextiling Saturn, which is, I'll be doing a separate sun in Taurus transit. But this long-term legacy and power and authenticity and integrity that Saturn is really helping you understand. So we've got this lovely, we've got two sextiles here happening on the same day, really helping us find creative, new, inspiring ways in which we connect to desire, appreciation and value. Mars will also be square Chiron. It will be exact the following day. So I like the fact I've done a reading on this already. So check out the Mars in Cancer transit. For every reading, that was a really powerful square that we're going to be moving through. And I like how Venus is talking to Chiron exactly before Mars talks to Chiron. And Mars can traditionally be a malefic and bring about discord. So if those things do show up, you're getting support from Venus into Chiron of being, hey, no, how do we make this feel nice? How do we bring playfulness and playful energy into this and get a sense of appreciation of those values that we have and what it is that we care about and how we look at ourselves, helping strengthen that Mars Chiron energy of connecting to your creation energy, connecting to your ability to enact that and take action on that. Fueled by the wisdom learnt from Chiron. The third pile and the second aspect is happening on the 4th or 5th of May, depending on where you live. All of this will be in the description box, so I know it's a lot of information, so you can go and check that out, maybe write it in your diary. And this is another sextile with and this is with Jupiter in Aries, so it's mostly Venus and Aries talking to one another for this transit. And air and fire are yang day signs. They're not bound by gravity, they get on. So there's a lot of movement here, there's a lot of wanting to take action, even though with a sextile it's more subtle energy. It can come about and just feel, life can just feel a bit easier. And we have this between Jupiter and Venus, and they're the two benefics, right? So we've got very strong, helpful, just the victory card just wanted to come out there. We'll see if it wants to come out again. Really facilitating energy here. We're in a harmonious aspect of Venus. And so Jupiter, leveling up the wisdom and appreciation of your own value system, bringing opportunities and abundance in terms of how you manifest and bring in money. And this is all sextiling Venus. So coming up with creative ideas of how to make money, creative ideas of how to manifest, giving that sense of expansion and wisdom and elevation that Jupiter can bring, with that creative energy of desire. How do you appreciate it? And in your home, as I said, maybe taking actions in your home, the information that you may receive at home is going to help bring in this boost of integration energy, this sense of expansion and wisdom that Jupiter has to what moves you, what drives you in your home. This is also squaring Neptune. We would have felt this in the lead up, and we'll feel this afterwards. And this is a very dreamy energy between Neptune in your first house of yourself. This being able to tap into the creation energy, the imaginative, creative energy of Neptune, of the universe, and squaring Venus in your home, of really helping you bring in your embodiment, your ability to tap into the magical, mystical space in your home at this time. Great time to do creative work at home. In your private life. And so that square energy aspect of Mars can bring you in fog and a bit of delusion, but if these things come up, just be really mindful with them and see what messages they have to teach you and see what's under the root of that. Also a great way of manifesting your dreams, being creative with your dreams and how you embody your actions and the things that you care about and how you're seen. Perhaps the people that you're interacting with at home are going to just create a lot of magic at this time. Yeah, really lovely energy. And this is happening, this exact energy with Jupiter is happening 12 hours before the Scorpio full moon. This will still be going on around that full moon. I'll be doing a separate video on that. But I just wanted to let you know that that's happening. That's sort of, again, we're getting supportive energy happening before big aspects, that square with Chiron and Mars, and now with this full moon in Scorpio. And you have Scorpio in your 9th house of your big picture philosophies. This is a culmination of what it is, how your outlook on life and how you map yourself in it. And so we've got this real boost from Venus and Jupiter of appreciation of your values in the things that you do at home, being happening just before we're like, well, helping boost your idea of who you are and where you are in the world and the universe as a whole. So the final pile is the energies and how they're bringing this all together, integrating into your energetic field and moving forward for the long term. Right, so that's everything that I wanted to say. I'm going to shuffle for a little while longer until the energies put the deck down, and then we'll do some energetic work, move the cards around, put them in the right piles, see what messages come through, and I'll go over those aspects in relation to the cards. So let's see what else wants to come out for Pisces. Yeah, this is usually when I'm quiet because I'm channeling and doing those movements, and it's just it's a little difficult to channel, think and talk at the same time. So do bear with me with the silence. It's all part of the integration, and sometimes we do just need moments of silence. interestingly, they've not done that before. And we are dealing with the fourth house, so this is like the bottom of the chart, and they're tapping at the bottom of this image of Venus, representing the roots and foundations and elements that's being cleared out. Okay, let's see if they want to start letting me speak. So we've got a lot going on here. We've got some duplicates. I mean, not duplicates, like double numbers. So, you know, Mars has been moving through your fourth house of home. Mars can bring up conflict. It's a long journey that we've gone on through, and Venus moving through here is really helping smooth that out. So this kind of feels like this is all stuff that's been processed and worked on, and now with Venus moving through here, we're getting an understanding and appreciation of the journey that we've had to go on in order to get to this space. We've got the Five of Cups and the Five of Swords, as well as the Two of Swords and the Two of Pentacles. So these are difficult energies. The Five of Cups represents grief and frustration. Genuinely, this happens so often that they'll put the cards a certain way, and then midway through me talking, they're like, no, psych, we're going to go in a different way. So we've got the Five of Swords. This is conflict. This is at what cost? Like, I can see Mars moving through Gemini, of going through those difficult decisions, having difficult conversations that just feel a bit pointless, that feel a bit frustrating. And that's led to feeling this sense of grief, of not feeling supported, not feeling that your home environment is suiting your needs, because we've got this house in the background, and this figure needs to turn around, is going to turn around and sees these two cups, and then goes on that journey and walks over that bridge in order to find a new environment. And that doesn't mean like you're changing home, but it's just your relationship to the way that you look at your home and your private life. And this can also be stuff that may have just been happening unconsciously, clearing out of these dynamics that may have come up in sort of like microaggressions, not necessarily big fights. I mean, that may be particular to some of you, or certainly your own internal dialogue and your internal response mechanisms of how you're taking action and what's important to you. You've been working through, you know, what battle of words, which can often be Mars and Gemini, are worth holding on to. We've got the two twos here. This is the Two of Swords and the Two of Pentacles. The Two of Swords is like two very strong energies battling against each other and not being able to make a decision. So it's kind of highlighting that conflict energy of the of not being able to for either party to be engaged to win, and not being able to see clearly as well, because she's blindfolded. And we've got the Two of Pentacles, which is survival mode for me. This is, you're balancing things, you're balancing different ideas, you're balancing different activities. It's Pentacles, it's like how you feel, like the physical body. It's also work, juggling different dynamics. But you see here, like, these ships are on very it's got a ringing in my ear. These ships are on very big waves. Like, imagine being on that ship. All you're thinking about is trying to survive. You're not thinking about the future. You're thinking about that moment, and you're just there's this stagnant energy with all of this, and there's conflict and pain here that. We've also got the Death card and then the Tower card. The Tower card is Mars card. The Death is about knowing what you need to let go of. Whether these are just the events that have happened, things that have happened to you that may not be present, may not have been in your life at the time, but they're sort of redigging up, churning up old experiences that you've had that may have been affecting your current dynamic in your home life. With energies that's happening, as I said, it's in the fourth house, it's an angular house. These things can be very prominent. The people in your life can get grabbed by the energy around you, by the astro weather. And sort of get taken over by that. So people may have been acting differently, behaving in different ways, but all of that's been helping you understand what it is that you need for your foundations. We've got the Tower card. This is a pulling down of foundations that haven't been working. Again, we're dealing with the fourth house linked into foundations and roots. Structures of buildings, of however that manifests in your life, of relationships, of dynamics that you have in your home life that may have felt comfortable, but weren't serving you for the long term. And so we've got Venus coming in. And so we've got this quite strong energy coming through of Venus's crowning energy of moving through Gemini. We've got the Page of Swords, and the page is always looking back. This Page of Swords is always looking backwards. We're dealing with your roots, your foundations, your ancestors, your parents, of being able to understand the past situation for what it is. The page is also moving forward, and there's a clarity. It's a new way of looking at that. And we've got the Emperor, which is very boss energy, the King of Kings. This is knowing your own sovereignty, being very sure in who you are, and not necessarily, it's not falling to the fray of the dynamics of some of that energy coming up. It's not even touching you anymore. My hands are now clicking over my head. This is Aries energy, which we are dealing with. In the sextiles. And we've got the King of Pentacles. This is strong foundations. So whereas we've gone from the Tower knocking them down, now the Venus moving through here is helping you build these strong foundations, helping you appreciate everything that's happened, to be able to feel value and love and care and desire to build these strong foundations, to know that now the things that haven't served you have been shaken away. Now you can put value into that. Now you can build again. The King of Pentacles, very abundant space, very able to take action from a very strong dynamic. We have for the first aspect, this sextile to Chiron in your second house of your values. So we've got 2 sevens. We've got another duplicate of numbers come through, and so this is about the things, the healing, the wisdom that you've learned with Chiron, and how Venus is helping expand that, get creative with that, give a sense of appreciation to this journey. So we've got the 7 of Wands. This is somebody who has something to offer, right? They're on the higher ground. but they're feeling like they're in competition mode. You're feeling like you're having to fight for your life, for what it is that you're doing. The sort of, and the way I always link this card is that this person's wearing different shoes, and one foot's on one side of this river or whatever it is. I mean, it's stream, but you know, there's a sort of giant aspect to this, and one's on the other. And if you look at the phase, like, they look unsteady, they look uncertain of their own value, and not seeing the true value of themselves. So Chiron's very much been helping you facilitate that. And when I see this card in the same way as some of the other cards of the sort of more competition, conflict based energy, it's like, do you need to engage in it? Do you need shifting your frequency so you are aware of your value and you're doing it for you rather than trying to beat off the competition? We've also got the Six of Swords. This is about going on a journey, right? So, you know, you've got what you've needed, what's tried and tested, what's really important for you. It also can represent moving as well. But it's, you know, you've been in choppy waters, and now there's a clear way through. There's a real strength, there's a real clarity. We're dealing with air here, minds. We've got the swords, which is very much linked into that. That Venus is taking you on a journey to, to clearer lands, to calmer waters. And with that, we've got the Seven of Cups. This is about choice. This is about fantasy, appreciation. This is about feeling like there's pleasure, there's play in what you're doing. It's not that heaviness of the Seven of Wands, even though, you know, it is highlighting the value that you have to bring. But this is about just the enjoyment of the experience. So in the fourth house, what does this mean? So your values, as I said, this could be a really great time to do creative outlets at home, in your private life, that you're tapping into many different modalities, many different themes, that Venus is just sort of really helping you integrate, bring pleasure. You know, the Seven of Cups is very much about pleasure. There's a decadence there of having all the things, of bringing pleasure back in, and it's water as well, so how you're emotionally connecting to your home with in a more pleasurable way, and there's more ease there. There's a flow coming in. And we've got, for this energy crowning of this, bringing in this understanding of your value into your private life, into your home, is the Fool and the Ace of Pentacles. So the Fool, I mean, you've got a lot of movement cards here. So it could be that you may move home for some of you. That may be a private, personal message to some of you. But the Fool is very much about looking at things with fresh eyes. You're not, all that stuck energy, you're clearing that out. The Fool is able to enjoy the experience of this 3D realm, the good, the bad, and the ugly, and just enjoy the adventure, enjoy the rides. But it's bringing in vitality, it's bringing in a new way of being in your home. There's an ease here, there's a youthfulness, there's a lightness to this energy. And with the Ace of Pentacles, this is, for me, like the new earth is a catch-all kind of phrase, but for me it's about engaging in the world, this 3D world, from a different frequency. We're going through this portal. The ace is a really potent energy of bringing in vitality in terms of the physical. This is your 3D reality, your home, your roots, your foundations, of really being able to appreciate how you value yourself in your home. We've got this is for the sextile with Jupiter and the square with Neptune. Got the Three of Cups. You know, I'm kind of seeing this as Jupiter, Venus, and Neptune. They're all very similar energies in terms of what they're bringing, of this sense of appreciation and celebration, this sense of being on the same page as people. And I love that, with the difference of what's been worked on and cleared out, is now there's this sense of celebration. You're getting this sense of abundance in your home life. You've also got the Six of Pentacles. This is being in receipt from a higher power, from your higher self, from the planets, energies, the galactic, different frequencies, being in, you know, no longer feeling like you're left out in the cold, but being in this space of being held and being in receipt of things being put into balance. This is also just before the full moon, which is about your give and take in relationships. So the moon is about creativity. It's about this very intuition, it's a sensitivity. It's about looking at things in a different way, because we see things in a different way in the moonlight. of being able to open up to a new way of interacting with in your home. Again, I'm really getting the feeling of doing creative things, opening up to different ways of tapping into this 3D world from sort of occult, unseen spaces, and just being very creative with what you're doing in your home life. And we've got the Judgment card. This is a leveling up of every aspect of who you are. This is a sense of ascension, of raising that frequency, raising that vibrational level in your home, and with that support from the benefics. It's a very powerful card. We've got a lot of angelic energy. We've got the Judgment, we've got Temperance, and we've got the Lovers card. So this is for the energy manifesting and moving forward. And again, we've got 2 3s. So we've got a lot of repeating numbers in this message here. We've got we've got Temperance, the Page of Wands, the Lovers card, 3 of Pentacles, 3 of Wands. So Temperance and the Page of Wands, the energy's moving forward. This is you exploring and working out. This is magic. This is alchemy. If you see here in the cups, the water is flowing upward, and you have you have Mars in your why am I going blank? You've got Mars in your 5th house of creation energy. So this is sort of feeding, you know, this you're really getting in touch with your alchemy and your creative spark. And this is your in your home. This is, you know, I keep getting this message of doing lots of different things, working out different parts of who you are, engaging with those different parts of who you are in your home life, and creating magic from it. And okay, whenever they do that, they're like, right, next message. The Page of Wands, this is a new lease of life, of looking at your passions, looking at your desire to create, to heralding in new ideas, and having a lot of play and a lot of fun with this. That alchemy card of, again, like really working on all these details, having raised the vibrational frequency. Even though the Judgment card comes before the alchemy card, of having raised that frequency in your home, you're then able to be playful and fun at exploring yourself and engaging yourself on a private level in your home life. And we've got the following cards. We've got the Lovers, the 3 of Pentacles, and the 3 of Wands. So the Lovers card, this is the Gemini card. This is about incorporating all those different aspects of who you are, the feminine, the masculine, the spirit, the animal kingdom, the elements, and being able to make decisions and choices based on your long-term desires and pleasures, because we're dealing with Venus here. And we've got the 3 of Pentacles, the 3 of Wands. So collaboration, mastery, dominion. So the 3 of Pentacles is knowing your own worth, because you've got that Aries energy in your 2nd house, really being able to appreciate the strengths of who you are, and drawing in a frequency of other people who have different things to offer, but you're creating something beautiful and long lasting. I also feel, because we're dealing with the 4th house, this can bring in the energies of your ancestors, of working together to create a stable and beautiful home. And we've got the Dominion card. This is having had the lay of the land, having gone through stuff, having figured things out, you're then able to make decisions to start new journeys, new passions, new creativity, a new way of interacting in your home life. That is really giving you that dominion of really knowing yourself and really knowing what it is that you want. Yeah, so I'm going to pull some clarification cards to see what wants to come through. This is either going to add little clues to messages that have come through, confirm those messages, or new messages altogether that may have not come up in the tarot. Right, what messages do we... I put all the decks in the description box, so check that out if any of them catch your fancy. This is the numerology deck. Love this. New beginnings. New beginnings. A new way of valuing self. The more that we do that, the more we bring that frequency into our home life. The more that clears the energy of our ancestors that may have, with Gemini being in the fourth, that there's a lot of doing, a lot of rushing around, a lot of activity, and this ability to hold space for different dynamics that may have been exasperated by Mars being in that sign. That there's a real freshness now coming in of being able to appreciate and value and have a sense of desire and harmony, all of these Venus aspects in your home. So this is the First Light Tarot. This is a mixture of major arcana, question cards, statement cards, and keywords. Messages and open mind. Yeah, so I really feel like that. So the angels are coming in. You've got a lot of angel energy, this real ability to connect to the moon. Right, so we've got two moons, so we've got duplicates coming through. Phases, mystery, instinct, discovery, discovering new ways of communication, new ways of interacting, that give and take of that 8th house where the full moon's going to be, that's also the give and take between you and the universe. I really feel like there's a lot of not only you harmonizing your dynamics with your 3D relationships, but also that with the 5D. Get a card from the Oracle of the Rising Sun. Okay, that's a few. Okay, we've got ostentation, appreciation, and fortune. So a real shift in energy come through with this Venus transit. So ostentation is kind of like really like feeling good about yourself and wanting to bring pleasure and desire in the things that you're doing and the environment that you're in, appreciating your environment, and good fortune shining upon this new beginning that you're headed into. Final message. Let's get a final message from the numerology deck. It's the individuality card, but they've put that back. Sorry, not your 8th house. Not the give and take between you and the relationship, but your philosophies, where this moon is happening, your philosophies and seeing how you fit in the world. And then when you, with understanding and completion of that, with that double moon, of really being able to bring that, the more that we feel in line with that and in line with our place in the world, this card is, I think, it's come out for every reading, the more that you're able to find peace in your own home. So we've got the intuition, we've got moon on moon and intuition. I feel like Mars is wanting to speak quite loudly in all these readings even though it's next door. It is impacting the Aries energy, so it is playing a part. But love that the intuition cards come up of, I can feel with a lot of that conflict and a lot of that drama that you might not have been able to think clearly and be able to tap into your intuition, and for that to come through with that King of Pentacles of giving that strength and vitality of long-term foundations, that you're really going to be grounded into your intuition, and clear out a lot of blocked frequencies that may have come up in your home that Mars has helped clear out, and Venus is now harmonizing. Right, Pisces, I'm going to leave it at that. I really appreciate you spending time with me and sharing your energy. If anything resonates, as I said in the introduction, there are lots of ways that you can pay it forward to send these messages out into the world, to see if other people might resonate with it and receive what you may have received. On a personal note, I would love to hear from you about the astro weather and see how this is showing up in your life. But let's leave it at that. And Pisces, be good to yourself, be good to those around you, and be well until we meet again. Aquarius rising. How you doing, Aquarius? So for those of you just tapping into the Aquarius energy, look to where Aquarius falls in your chart, the house that it's in, the themes of that house, and apply those themes to the messages that come through. It's as if Aquarius and those themes, that house has moved to the first house. Right, but for Aquarius rising, you have this Venus transit happening in Gemini in your 5th house. This is the house of joy. This is Venus's favorite place to be. She likes to have fun. This is about your creative energy. This is about romance, dating, your children, the things you like to do for fun. So Venus really likes being here. She has a lot of fun here. You're going to feel very stimulated, having a lot of energy, because not only that, but it's a fellow air sign, so you're sharing resources. This is a trine. When you have trines, this means you just got a lot more power behind you in terms of that natural element that rules you, which is air, Aquarius. So there's more movement, there's more speed, there's an enjoyment of collecting and thinking and communicating and having ideas and using your mind, being very stimulated. So you've had Mars, like all of us, move through Gemini, and so Venus is very much helping smooth over and bring understanding, appreciation and love and desire to this area of your house now. Having Mars, having cleared out a lot of things, got you to understand what your motivation is in terms of your creation energy. I focus more of that in this readings rather than the romance and the dating and the children. It's just because all of this energy stems from that creation energy. And the more that we do that work and understand that and facilitate that creation energy, the more that changes the frequency of our dynamics with our dating and our romance. And also, any creative outlook that you put out into the world is essentially like a child, as well as children, of really shifting that frequency. So you've got a lot of fun, you've got a lot of appreciation, maybe wanting to go and do more fun things, go out and about and do lots of things during this journey. And also really appreciating whatever's come up with Mars for you in Gemini, that's would have been more facilitating for you than for a lot of the other signs, because it is a trine. Why do I keep saying trine and not explaining what it is? Well, a trine is because I forgot. A trine is an aspect of Jupiter, and Jupiter wants to bring inspiration, wisdom, elevation, a sense of opportunities, a sense of luck into your life. And help you just sort of expand and elevate and bring cohesion. So there's a communing between Aquarius and Gemini at this time. So how you embody your actions and your deeds, and how you feel about so essentially your creation energy is what gives you joy to take action. Mars is more what sort of gets you out of bed in the morning to move about and take action, and the 5th house is like the more of the fun side of it, that sort of that real passionate, passion is also linked into Mars, but it's more that sort of that spark that brings you alive, that gives you that that pleasure element of your actions and your deeds and what it is that you want to create. So as I said, feeling a lot of stimulus between how you embody your actions in line with this amusement and fun. So people may see you a bit more with that Venusian element. You might get a feeling of just appreciation of the places that you go and the people that you hang out around with. Inspiration creatively as well. She's very much the goddess of the arts, the patroness of artists. So creation can come up in all sorts of ways of really facilitating your desire to engage creatively with your environment, and getting a lot of support with that in your Aquarius energy. Right, so because we are dealing with Gemini, which is ruled by Mercury, we look to where Mercury is. And Mercury for you is in Taurus, in your 4th house. Now, this is the sign of Venus. So this is what's called mutual reception. They're in each other's realms. They're in cahoots. They're communicating very closely. They're working together to help facilitate each other's journey. And so Mercury is in the fourth house of your roots, foundations, homes, private life, and we'll be retrograding there. I've done a transit video for that, so check it out if you're interested. And so Mercury is helping you connect to physically what it is that you appreciate and like, the things that are of value to you in your home. There's a sense of stability there, of wanting to cultivate that stability and your understanding of what stability means for you. But there's also, because it's this link between Venus and Mercury, of doing things that you like in your home, in your private life, of exploring different things and understanding what it is that you like in your home that gives you a sense of joy, as well as being able to communicate and clarify that it's because Mercury moving through there can clear out a lot of traumas linked into your ancestors and your parents as well. So any blockages that you may have had in your creation energies is really being harnessed and facilitated by both of these journeys. Of Venus and Mercury. And because we're dealing with Venus, what's going on with Venus is impacting and leveling up the signs that Venus rules, and she rules Taurus, which we've just talked about. So Venus moving through the fifth house of creation energy is helping you bring a sense of stability to your home life. So that might be creative outlets that you go on that is going to give structure and form and physical pleasure. What it is that you desire and care about in your home is going to be facilitated by the journey that Venus is going on in your creative area of your life. And also leveling up your Libra energy, which is a fellow air sign, and that's your ninth house of how you map yourself out in the world, society, and the universe. This is about perspective, so changing, enjoying, and having pleasure and fun in your creation energy, and really inspired, thinking differently, thinking dynamically, collecting lots of different information and stimulus is helping you understand how to view yourself in the world and the universe at large. So getting a lot of air energy being supported right now for you, Aquarius. More so than the other air signs, because you guaranteed have Aquarian energy. So that's the sort of general energy that's hovering around right now. We've got some trines and squares here, so lots of inspiration coming through for you for this particular Venus transit. As I said, wanting to go out and engage with lots of different people and collect lots of different information and enjoy playing with that and enjoy working with it and creating with it. So there are going to be 4 piles. The first pile is Venus in Gemini for, I think, all of the readings so far. This has included a lot of cards linked into Mars's journey through Gemini, and essentially what Venus is helping bring together and incorporate and bring a sense of harmony and connection, a sense of relationship and understanding and appreciation and value of everything that we've all gone through collectively of Mars through Gemini, as well as the sort of crowning energy of Venus moving through Gemini in general for you, Aquarius. There are 2 aspects, and the first one that I'm talking about is going to happen on the 25th or 26th of April, depending on where you live. This is a sextile with Chiron in Aries, and you have Aries in your 3rd house of communication and local community. This is about the house of the goddess, bringing your big picture philosophies into your day-to-day. We're going to feel this energy in the lead up and following after. This is not necessarily time, it's not time limited. So this is energy that's being seeded in this junction, integrated and incorporated into our energetic field. And so what does this mean? So Chiron, we've been dealing with Chiron in Aries for a while now, really helping us work through those wounds that we have. Chiron is the wounded healer, not only faced abandonment, but also a physical wound from a friend. So really having to work with those energies of it's still hurting, but coming to terms with it and understanding it and being able to teach because of it. Because of the journey that we've been on. And we've had a lot of Aries energy going on here, a lot of expansion, a lot of wisdom of the individual self, the spark of spirit, the autonomous self, really being able to connect to what we really want to communicate for you, Aquarius, what kind of communities you want to draw to you, getting a lot of inspiration from your local community as well to help you understand yourself and what it is that you want to communicate and how you express yourself. And so we've got this sextile between Venus and Chiron. So a sextile is an aspect of Venus wanting to bring in creativity. Like it's a subtle energy, but it's an ease. It's a free flowing energy of bringing in creativity, bringing in a sense of value and appreciation in the relationship dynamics. This can not just necessarily with other people, but certainly with yourself as well, and with all sorts of different frequencies and ideas. Sense of harmony, and understanding of those wounds that you've gone through, and being able to transmute that and value that and have a sense of love towards that in order to think creatively and work creatively. With the wounds, the poison is the medicine, and how to fuel your creative energy based on what's been going on with Chiron. At the same time, the moon is going to be conjunct Mars in Cancer, and so Mars is impacting on Chiron, and this is deep, intense intuition about our motivations and our drives to take action. This is in your 6th house of work, health and routines. At the same time, the sun is sextiling Saturn. And so the sun's moved into Taurus, your 4th house of roots, foundations, homes, sending a light illumination. You may be spending a bit more time at home during, like the focus of the solar system is on your 4th house, or more time in private doing things that creatively move you. And this is sextiling Saturn in your 2nd house of values. So your long-term legacy of what it is that you need from your home, what it is that you need from your ancestors, your roots, your foundations, to impact of how you value yourself, the integrity that Saturn's trying to bring in, the authority Saturn's bringing in to your value system, and how you manifest and make money. Like really what's important to you in your home, in your private life, in terms of how you manifest and make money. This is all happening at the same time, and so lots of powerful energy, lots of sextile energy, supportive energy are interlinking with your home, your values and your creative energy, as well as your ability to communicate. So Mars will be the next day exactly squaring Chiron. I've pulled cards for this in the Mars transit. All of the signs got really powerful energy coming through for that. Very, very transformational. And I love how Venus is talking to Chiron exactly just before Mars is... just before Mars is talking exactly to Chiron. So Venus is a benefic. She wants to help you out. Mars wants to help you out, but it can be a little more combative. It can be a little more frustrating, and like heads butting against one another. Is traditionally the god of war, and Venus is traditionally the god of love, and beauty and appreciation. That I like how she's talking to Chiron beforehand of helping us appreciate and understand the journey that we've been on with Chiron, before Chiron and Mars are like really harnessing the power and the wisdom and of what you can teach, what you can understand of those wounds, and how you are bringing that into action. So on the 4th or 5th of May, depending on where you live, we have a sextile with Jupiter. So again, this is another sextile energy, and it's also in Aries. I put all the degrees in the description box and all of this, so I know it's a lot of information, so don't worry. Jupiter is a fellow benefic. So you've got the two benefics talking to each other in a benefic aspect. So it's a Venus aspect. So Venus and Jupiter talking to each other in a Venus phase, or a way of communicating. So again, this creative energy, this bringing about a sense of appreciation and love, and this connection and desire and value in your 3rd house of communication, of bringing that wisdom and integration of how you communicate into your creative house, into your creation energy. So again, the creative things that you're doing are going to just this infusement of value that the wisdom of your communication into how you are creating. This again linked into maybe going out and meeting people in the local community where Jupiter is, and doing fun things that help you really understand the essence of your creation energy and how to communicate that, how to bring that into coherence and be inspired. At the same time, Venus is squaring Neptune, and Neptune is in your second house of values. So Neptune is very much about the multi-dimensional, the multi-frequencies, all the possible time linear ways of cyclica, or everything all at once, all the timelines, everything all at once. Is our ability to tap into that creative, imaginative creator space of the universe. Like it's very there's a lot of fantasies, there's a lot of idealism. Can also be a bit foggy and a bit delusional during this time. I bring this up because this is an energy that, an unintegrated energy that can be about but so just be mindful. But I'm just not seeing that for you, Aquarius. Like it's really being able to open up to the fantasy, the actual reality of your value, and how that manifests creatively, and how you can appreciate your essence, your creation spark, that thing that moves you with desire and pleasure, that energy that brings you fun. Like you're really opening up to the variety of different things, being able to bring you that space. Not long after, like 12 hours after, we've got an eclipse in Scorpio. It's a full moon, but it's a lunar eclipse. I'm going to be doing a separate video on that, and I'll be pulling cards, but just wanted to let you know, this is, again, we've got another very intense energy. So we had that Mars square Chiron with that aspect, but with Chiron and Venus happening just before, and now we've got this intense Scorpio eclipse. This is the final eclipse with the node still being in Scorpio and Taurus. We're going to have another Scorpio eclipse, but it's out of sign at the end of the year. So this is like a culmination. It's a full moon, culminations and endings. Like without endings, we can't have new beginnings. So it's this really highlighting your career house. So you've been really refining and purifying and working out what life direction you want to go in. And this is a culmination of that. So we've got this support from the benefics happening just before that. So something may come in relation to that as well. But I'm really getting the sense of your values getting in line with your innate creative spark, which I love. And your ability to communicate that and understand that deep within you. So the final part is the energies moving forward and how they're going to integrate energetically for you in the long term. Right, so let's see where all these cards want to go. Do bear with me, guys. Sorry, I forgot to say this is usually when we do the energetic work and we clear things out. Let me just zoom out so you can see what's going on. Hello, ring light. Zoom back in again. Just thought they might play around for a little while longer. Yeah, this is usually when the energies do things that may sometimes make sense and sometimes don't. And it's all part of the process. And it's just when so I'd sort of quieten my mind and I let the energies do what it is that they need to do, and be able to so I'm not thinking, so I'm not talking. And as you can probably tell, I'm struggling a bit to be able to explain that. But let's see how long these guys want to keep on doing this. Right, Aquarius, I just had to pause for a second. Let me zoom in so you get a good, nice view of what's going on. And let's see what the energies want to tell you. So we have for Venus moving through Gemini in the 5th house. We've got this sense of lack, this grief card, this 5 of Cups here, of perhaps feeling that your creative juices haven't been as full as you would like, working through that process. Again, we're dealing with unconscious blocks that have got in the way of being able to express that. Mars's journey through there has maybe knocked over some of these cups in order for you to be able to turn around and see the abundance that's still there, the 2 of Cups, which is union, in order to walk over this bridge and find a new dynamic, a new space, especially backed up the fact that we've got the 9 of Pentacles, which is independence, making decisions, long-term, strong foundational decisions of pleasure, of the things that you're doing, in order to create this abundant space, this creative, beautiful, abundant power that you have within you. We've got the Knight of Wands, which I love for this sign, because the Knight of Wands wants to have fun, wants to play, wants to be creative, wants to go on adventures, wants to travel. Whether this physically or not, this can certainly be on a creative level, that you're really bringing in this strength, this being able to enjoy and try different things. And the Four of Wands crowning it. This is celebration. This is having fun. This is a party. But this is also linked into long-term legacies of it's linked into the harvest of having done a lot of hard work, gone through a lot of things, worked through a lot of stuff, that you're now celebrating with like-minded people who are on the same vibrational frequency as you during this time. Love this. We have for the sextile with Chiron. So Chiron in your third house of local community and how you communicate. You've gone on a journey with this transit. You've left something that's comfortable, that may have felt good. I mean, habits that we have that may be destructive can feel comfortable. They are what we are used to, and you've gone on a journey to find a higher perspective, be able to communicate from a different level, and really be able to know yourself and know what it is that you want. We've got the Eight of Pentacles here. This is about enjoying the fruits, enjoying the labor that you're taking. This is about learning to master something. And I feel with that Chiron energy of your communication, with the fifth house of your creative energy, that this is letting you be able to appreciate the journey that you've been on, and see the value in it. See the value in it and see the pleasure in the journey that you as I said, journey, and this is taking time to learn your skills, learn how you want to communicate. And we've got Justice here. Sorry, they're moving the cards quite quickly, which usually means that the messages that want to come through have come through. We've got the Justice card, which is, again, this is Libra. And this is another Venus element. This is things being brought into balance, that sense of understanding where you've been, where you've gone, and how it's shifting, a shifting dynamic, and bringing into balance of this really powerful, abundant creation energy here of the Queen of Pentacles. This is the fertility. This is really like the Queen knows what she's doing. She's able to utilize that creation energy for her long-term legacy in the material world, bring things into life, and that sense of good advice as well. The Queen of Pentacles gives good advice. You're able to understand, as I said, that journey that you've been on, and be able to flourish because of it. We have for the conjunction with Jupiter, got the Jupiter card, the Wheel of Fortune, got the Chariot. As I said, this is also, Mars is impacting what's going on with Jupiter, and this is the Cancer card. This is about moving forward quickly, being in power of yourself, control without needing to control, right? So the Chariot doesn't have any reins. The guy doesn't have any reins. He's not controlling the situation. He's able to move through life with ease, and be aware and know the resources at hand. So he's got the stars in the canopy, the moons, there's astrological symbols, there's the yin and the yang. Things are in balance. This duality again that we've got with Gemini of really knowing every part of your creative spark and how you can use that to move through the world. We've got the Jupiter card, we've got the Wheel of Fortune, a change of fate. Things are shifting and growing and going on the up. Again, we've got two benefics here talking to one another, really facilitating the power of your creative energy, the value of it, the love for it, and how you're able to communicate that. We've got the King and Queen of Pentacles, so really about abundance and being able to bring things into life, bring fertility into your environment. Okay, that moved quite quickly. The Four of Pentacles, this is about knowing your own power, knowing your own strength, knowing that resilience. We've got a lot of Pentacles here. We are dealing with Mercury in Taurus, which is an earth sign. So there's a mixture between that strength of knowing your home and the power that brings to your creative energy. And to crown that, we've got the Magician, right? So this is Mercury's card in Gemini. So Mercury rules Gemini. And this is about knowing all the resources that you have in order to create magic. Love this. Right. So we have for these energies moving forward. We've got the Seven of Cups, and this is about enjoying the fantasy of life, enjoying like I really see this as like this mutable energy of being able to see the merit in lots of different things and exploring them and being playful with them, and through that exploration, the Page of Pentacles is coming through of heralding in a new way of embodying that creative energy. And yeah, so having explored and discovered and appreciated and worked with all the resources that you have at your fingertips, because you do have Gemini in your creation energy, which is able to use lots of different things together to bring this all into a space of creation. Page of Pentacles, 3D, earth energy, of a sense of vitality in the physical form. We've got the Fool card. This is starting a new journey, a fresh new way of looking at your creative energy based on all of the energy that's come through with this. There's power in this Fool. And we've got the Two of Cups. This is union, this is legacy. You had those Two of Cups in the Five of Cups there. So really being able to now see the value in what you have, see the understanding and appreciate, as I said, that journey that you've been on. We've all had to go on these journeys. We've had Mars moving through there for a long time, that we've now got this we've now got the strength of the two and this union and this integration and appreciation of who you are. And it's just gone with this card, the Courageous Peony, which was in the introduction, the multifaceted, unique nature. Let yourself be seen. This is ability to feel good about yourself and feel supported, and doesn't necessarily have to be from the outside world, but it is a love card of love of your creative energy, this new lease of life with the Fool, and this expression of vitality and strength that we have here, of really wanting to highlight that journey, that fresh new journey that you're embodying from with all those King and Queens of Pentacles, that real grounded knowing of self with that foundational energy. We also have the Ten of Pentacles, and this is long-term legacy. This is the things that you're cultivating and you're exploring right now are going to facilitate your 3D legacy, and the structures that you are forming around you and the things that you are engaging in is incredibly supportive. Love this for you, Aquarius. Right, I'm going to pull some clarification cards. And to see this can be little clues and more pieces of the jigsaw puzzle of messages that come through, clarification of those messages, or new messages entirely. Right, so what wants to come through for Aquarius? I put all the decks in the description box, so if any of them take your fancy, they are there. Noticed that I've been speaking very quickly today, having Venus in Gemini, this speed of communication, of messages, definitely coming through. That was that? So that was the New Beginnings card, clarification of the Fool. A new beginning of that union. This is the feminine, masculine and spirit, but again it's that duality, it's that mutability of holding space for two things with that Gemini energy, and really being able to appreciate what they are and appreciate your, as I said, your creation energy. This can also, for some of you, be linked into romance and dating, because we are dealing with the 5th house here, and Venus moving through there is getting more fun and enjoyment and connecting with people who value you and highlighting highlighting the journey, the new journey that you're moving on away from that space of grief and a sense of lack and not feeling, you know, that appreciation. We've got the moon here, phases, mystery, instinct, and discovery, new discovery of self, and these discoveries being a long-term legacy, your intuition coming in for everybody, really. That's been a very prominent card that keeps coming up. I mean, it's not come up in this one, but certainly been an energy that's been flowing and wanting to connect with us all. Let's see what else wants to come out for Aquarius. Change. So we've got more confirmation about something really shifting, something really moving. Again, like this need for enjoying the dynamics shift, and how that's bringing in a change in how you see things, a change in this discovery of your intuitive self, because we do have the moon here, and the needs that you have, and how those are nourished in order to facilitate long-term legacy rather than that space of lack. Okay. All the decks are all being quite loud. There's a lot of vibrant energy coming from the decks today. So this is the First Light Tarot. It's Major Arcana question card. Okay, so that card popped up before, and I put it back. I should have mentioned it. So why is this happening? It's gone with this exploration of choice in order to then be able to make decisions and be able to focus in on the things that are important to you. You've been exploring things and engaging with things, and that's helping you understand what moves you, what drives your creation energy. So a lot of, you know, this Venus is really enjoying exploring, enjoying engaging, and helping, as I say, yeah, bring in a sense of union. But as I said, that could also be some romantic engagement. I don't mean engagement in terms of a marriage, but exploring the field with that Seven of Cups, and through that you find union. That might be specific to some of you. As I say, I don't like to read too much into love in these readings, because I don't want to limit people who that's not even on their agenda, and they don't, it's because for me the inner work that we do helps bring in that vibrational frequency to draw in, if we do want something like that into our lives, drawing into the frequency that matches our soul, the more that we do that inner integral work. So yeah, don't want to limit, don't want to isolate anybody through going, oh, this is all going to be about love and romance because we're dealing with the fifth house. I mean, it could be very much so for some of you. But there's a lot of really lovely supportive cards about finding solid interactions and unions, because you got the Queen and King of Pentacles as well. It's very, you know, there's loyalty and stability there. Let's see what wants to come through for the origin, not the origins. Got resistance. Resisting, there may have been underlying unconscious dynamics that have been very resistant to change, and I like how that's gone with the Knight of Wands. Of it's very fast moving, being able to shift your passions, being able to defend your passions as well, and really let you know that you are supported. You aren't, that grief phase is transitory. That that's two cards. That sense of lack you may have felt in that creation energy, that sense of pain linked into relationships as well, can't deny that, whatever they may have been, of there's been a hard block to move and shift. Just had an energetic release. They keep giving me 2 cards. Want one card? Thank you. We've got generosity, generous spirit. That the journey that you've been on hasn't, it's sextiling your, we've got sextiles and trines there, so that journey doesn't feel like it's been difficult, and you've been very supported by the universe of that journey of understanding yourself, and that's really coming through with let's one more card coming through, that very beautiful energy here for you, Aquarius. And it doesn't surprise me, you've just had Saturn move through your first house, so you have a real sense of authority of what it is that you want and where it is that you're headed. Oh, that's hilarious. We've got creativity. So Venus is in the creation house, and we've got communication, which is not only Mercury, but also the house of air, where Aries is. So really confirming that there's there's a big shift happening with this transit that is facilitating your long-term legacy. Right, Aquarius, I'm going to leave it at that. I really appreciate you spending time with me and sharing your energy. It means a lot. If anything resonated in this video, there are ways that you can pay it forward that I went through in the introduction. I would really appreciate it if you want this energy to go out into the outside world and for more people to connect to it. On a personal note, I'd love to hear from you. I'd love to know how the astro weather is reflecting in your life. But on that note, be good to yourself, Aquarius. Be good to those around you, and be well until we meet again. Capricorn rising, how you doing? So for those of you just tapping into the Capricorn energy, look to where Capricorn falls in your chart, the house that it's in, the themes of that house. Apply those themes to the messages that are coming through. And it's as if that Capricorn has moved to the first house. So I just realized I hadn't put any water in with these flowers, and they've now started to wilt a little bit. And just want to, I should have really, I've done this off camera, but... Okay, I'm going to leave it at that. That'll... So I just paused for a second. Oh, there it goes again. Right, no, that's it. That's just clearly not what's happening right now. They're so pretty. Yeah, so for Capricorn rising, this is happening. This Venus in Gemini is happening in your 6th house. This is the house of work, health, and routines. This is also the house of pets, funnily enough. But we won't focus on pets, but that might be something that comes up for you on a personal level. This can be a difficult house. So this is in conjunct your Capricorn energy. This is because traditionally these two signs do not have things in common. Capricorn is a cardinal earth yang day sign. Gemini is a mutable air yin. Capricorn is cardinal earth yin night sign. Mercury, Gemini is immutable air, and it's a yang day sign. So it's as if you're having a conversation with somebody and you've got nothing in common. It can feel a bit frustrating, a bit awkward. You're trying to figure out if you've got any way of communicating with each other where you understand one another. It's very beautiful energy, but it is difficult. But it's beautiful because it helps you broaden your perspectives, helps you integrate different energies from different perspectives. And when you do that, it's certainly more maverick energy. But it's also the 6th house. The 6th house is the house of work. It's habits, it's routines, it's health. So often we don't look after ourselves. So often we find it difficult to set up routines. And so often we struggle with the work. For me, the 6th house is how you embody the work that you do, right? So that means the capability of doing lots of different things and collecting lots of information, and potentially doing different jobs, but they're all interlinked, but they're coming at things from a different dynamic. You're able to hold space for that because, you know, Gemini is very fast moving. It likes to be engaged. It very much enjoys collecting information and sharing information. That can be very much how you are representative in your work. Being able to do lots of different unique ideas of engaging in health, or different ways of doing routines, but you need a lot of stimulus. Because you know, Mercury in Gemini specifically, it's one of the fastest signs because it is air and it is ruled by Mercury. So it is probably one of the fastest signs in the actually the fastest sign in the zodiac, just thinking about it. That you're able, there's a lot of go in your work. You're able to bring this information together in order to share it. And so you've had, like all of us, we've had, speaking of speed, we've all had Mars moving through Gemini, and now Venus is moving through there. She's the first other personal planet. We've had the moon move through there, but this is the first personal planet to move in there since Mars has left. So she's really, she's enjoying moving through here, and essentially not clearing up Mars's mess, but helping us understand creatively the value and appreciation of the lessons that we've been learning, and be able to do something and bring it into harmony, and bring this into fruition. This can also be for some of you of new work opportunities coming in. So what else did I want to say? So Venus moving through Gemini, this sense of, as I said, this appreciation of that Mars journey, but also having fun at work, there's more amusement, there's an understanding of what's going on, there's this desire to do the work, there's a desire to instigate health routines, there's a desire to take care of your health, find some fun and play in the routines that you're doing, and just understanding the value of your work as well, being appreciated for your work. So it's also linked into co-workers, so other people finding value in what it is that you're doing. It just generally bringing in some more harmony. But there's a playfulness with Venus being in Gemini. There's just everyone's a bit more open in the way that they're collecting information. So this is a great time to, if you are looking to establish new routines, whether that's to do with your health or anything else, that this ease that Venus is bringing in is helping you sort of find that desire to instigate those things and think of things in a creative way that bring you value. Right, because we're dealing with Gemini, we look to where Mercury is, because Mercury rules Gemini. And for you, Capricorn, Mercury is currently in your 5th house in Taurus. And this is also, Taurus is ruled by Venus. And so Venus and Mercury are in what's called mutual reception. They are in cahoots with one another. They are able to help each other. Do we want all of these? They're able to help each other. Let's see, that was the Wheel of Fortune, Chariot, and Queen of Pentacles. Let's see if they want to come out again. They are able to help facilitate each other's journey at this time, because they've got each other's resources and they're able to share that back and forth. And so you've got a Mercury in Taurus, and it's going to retrograde. So I've done a video series on that, so check that out. So Mercury's moving through your house of your creative energy. This can be linked into the things that you put out creatively, whatever that looks like. Your children, and it's also linked into romance and dating, that sort of fun, the things that bring you fun and bring you joy. It's the house of joy. And so Mercury moving through there is being able to understand, revisit and go over things that bring you joy, in however that is. Like we've got a retrograde, Mercury's in shadow. It's going to go, it's going to go retrograde the day 21st of April. So this, I'm recording this on the 19th of April. So we're pretty much going to be in Mercury retrograde when this video goes out. So we're going to be revisiting, we're going to be going over, we're going to be doing a do-over. And Venus is helping facilitate that by being in the house of work for you. So she's getting you that sense of appreciation of the information that you're collecting. And that's feeding into Mercury of how do you feel in your physical body about your creative outlets? What are you tapping into? What gives you pleasure and desire in that Taurus area of your life? And also with this mutability of Venus being in Gemini, is feeding into that fixed energy of Taurus, which can be very stubborn and can be very fixed. It's good in many ways, but there are elements of trying to move a bull when it doesn't want to move. It's just not going to happen. So this mutable energy of Venus is trickling into Mercury and being like, well, there are things that you can be flexible on, there are things that you can change, and that's for the good of the long term. Because we are dealing with, right, so what's going on with Mercury, your creative pursuits, is leveling up your work and how you deal with work and how you look at your routines and your health. So again, feeding that creative energy, that creative spark of what drives you into your work. And as I said, it's linked into children, creative, like say you've done a painting that you've done, some writing that you've done, anything that's creative, however that manifests. I mean, they're very stereotypical creative outputs. Building something that has why is my brain going blank? Building a chest of drawers, whatever. I'm just trying to think of non things that aren't necessarily, because I don't want to limit creation. Everything we do has a capacity. It comes from our creative energy, and sometimes that's blocked, and that's what Mercury is helping us unblock. But it's everything we do, and it's the more that we tap into that, the more we find joy in what it is that we're doing. Like doing the washing up can be a really creative outlet. It's just as how you look at it. It's the way you look at it, and we're dealing with Mercury, the god of communication. Right, so because we're dealing with Venus, we look to the signs that Venus rules, because she'll be leveling the journey through Gemini, will be leveling up those signs and the houses that they fall in. And again, she rules Taurus, and so that's your creative energy. So your work that you're doing, that appreciation of your work, is now feeding into your creation energy. Your creation energy is feeding into your work energy. You got a beautiful feedback loop there. And then she also rules a Libra, and for you have Libra. This is fellow cardinal energy to your Capricorn energy, and this is squaring it, and this is in your 10th house of life purpose, career, how the outside world sees you. So the work that you're doing, there's an appreciation for the work that you're doing that is affecting how the outside world sees you, your life purpose, your career. So we're getting nice leveling up there. Which is great. Right, so that's all I want to talk about for the general energy. There are going to be 4 piles here at the end of this. The first pile is Venus in Gemini. For some of the readings, this has also included a lot of cards for Mars's journey through Gemini and the kind of things that Venus is bringing harmony to. But sometimes it hasn't. Aquarius, I think, just got like 1 card, but it is trining Aquarius's energy. Anyway, I digress. If you notice how fast I'm speaking, this is Venus in Gemini, so I've got, my chart is mostly fire and air, so I'm really appreciating Venus being in Gemini, and she's also in this house of communication, so the speed at which this is coming out is quite phenomenal. We are also, I am recording this on Mercury's day. I forgot to mention at the beginning of the video. So again, I've got a double boost of communication coming through. So I do apologize for the speed at which I'm speaking, but this is just how the channeling is coming out today. Some days it comes out very slowly. It all depends on the astro weather, which is fascinating to me. Anyway. The second pile, the first aspect that I'm going to be talking about, is happening on the 25th or 26th of April, depending on where you live. And this is when Venus is going to sextile exactly Chiron in Aries, which for you is in your 4th house. This is your roots, your foundations, your ancestors, your lineage, your parents, the roof over your head, the private part of who you are at home, the things that you do in private. And so we've had a lot of Aries energy energy going on, a lot of Aries energy. Chiron's been moving through there, helping you work through. We have a lot of trauma based in the fourth house. You know, it's linked into your parents. Our parents mess us up no matter what they do. It's also linked into your ancestors, so you're holding a lot of weight. I know I've talked about this a lot with you, Capricorn, and a lot of your readings, especially linked into Aries. You're holding a lot of weight of being able to transform right now. The individual spark of those ancestors that weren't able to flourish, you are transmuting that energy. Especially with that Chiron there. Chiron's had a lot of support lately. Chiron is the wounded healer, for those of you who don't know. If you're interested in the mythology, I break it down in a lot more detail in the collective reading for the Libra full moon, when it was conjunct the sun for that Libra full moon. That was big energy. Very powerful energy came through with that. And so we're going to feel this energy in the lead up to the exact date. So the exact time is very potent. It's like a seeding of this energy. We'll feel it afterwards, and this is energy that's integrating in us in an energetic form. So even if you're coming to this video after the event, it's not that you've missed it. It's not that this isn't going to affect you. You can look back on hindsight to what came up around this time, but also this will have integrated into your energetic field. Sometimes it takes a while. All depends on our chart. Right, so Chiron, the wounded healer. Essentially, he was abandoned and faced a physical wound that never healed. But on his journey, he learnt many things and then became a master teacher. He taught some gods, some demigods. He taught princes. I mean, this is all coming from mythology where, you know, the masculine energy was certainly prioritized. It doesn't invalidate the messages that are coming through with it. That through this wound, through the poison that we feel in the pain that we have, and this is not just our lives, it's our past lives as well, and that's mimicked in our birth chart, which is I just find it completely utterly poetry in motion of the universe. It really is. That these things that we feel like they never quite go away, the lessons that we learn and the understanding and the depth that brings us really helps bring us wisdom, bring us growth, bring us expansion. And so you've got this sextile with Venus. What does that mean? So that's an aspect of Venus herself. So creative ways of looking at this, a sense of appreciation and value to that Chiron journey, a love for that journey, a love of yourself through that journey, and bringing some harmony, bringing some connection, relationship connections to your understanding of those wounds, the healing that we've all been doing, and we've had so much support from the astro weather to help that Chiron journey. I love it so much. And so Venus is really helping smooth over even more so this sense of integration and connection and value and love of that wisdom that we have based off the wounds that we have felt. And you've got this in your fourth and your sixth house. So the fourth house, again, your home, your private life, but also those traumas related to that and your ancestors. Also the strength and power of your ancestors that are behind you, that are supporting this growth. In your house of work. So the wounds that we may have felt of not being seen in our childhood may have impacted the work that we do, and Venus is really helping facilitate this appreciation and understanding of the work that we want to dedicate to ourselves. Essentially being the parent in the room, I always talk about with the sixth house, is sometimes that's difficult to do, which is why it's in conjunct our first house. And so Venus is really helping bring some playfulness, bring some sense of ease, some sense of levity, of being able to bring in different information and help Chiron understand and appreciate the journey and look at it in a different way, and not feel that pain so strongly. At the same time, we have Mars conjunct the moon in Cancer. Now Mars rules Aries, so that means it's going to have an impact on Chiron. And the moon being conjunct there is, how are you emotionally, intuitively connected to your actions and your deeds with your one-to-one relationships? That can be business, romantic, friendship. With this could be a sense of opportunities with that Venus Chiron sextile, of people new offerings of work, or appreciative of your work that makes you feel good about yourself in your roots and your foundations. So a real sense of being, as I said, being appreciated, and your intuition and your motivation to embody that in your one-to-one relationships. Like, what actions are you taking at this time that are facilitating this harmony that's coming in with Venus being in Gemini? Also, the Sun will have moved into Taurus and will be sextiling Saturn. So Taurus is in your 5th house of your creation energy, where Mercury is. So that's impacting Mercury, which is impacting Venus. And the Sun is sextiling Saturn, which is in your 3rd house of communication, really getting a lot of authority and work and responsibility in the way that you communicate. That's not just like talking, that's writing, that's all different ways of communication with your local community. So a sense of support of your creative endeavors, for your long-term legacy in the community that you interact with, and the way that you are able to communicate, and getting a real sense of dedication of bringing that creative energy into the way that you're communicating with a sense of authority and integrity. So that's all impacting Mercury, which again is impacting Venus. And so Venus is really being facilitated by being able to be dedicated to the work that it is that you're doing from a creative space. The next day, Mars will be exactly square Chiron. So it's still leading up to a square at that point, but the exact is the next day. And I love how Venus is talking to Chiron the day before Mars is. So Mars traditionally can be chaotic, can be conflict, can be drama, can be frustration, but also very powerful manifestation energy. I have done a Mars in Cancer transit video and pulled cards for this aspect. And for across the board, for every sign, very powerful transformational healing energy here coming through. So that's squaring your home with your one-to-one relationships. So do go check that video out. But I just like how Venus is talking to Chiron, helping bring that sense of appreciation and value before Chiron is then interacting with Mars on a very intuitively emotional space, being in the sign of Cancer. The second aspect that I want to talk about, this is happening on the 4th or 5th of May. And this is another sextile with Jupiter in Aries. So we've got Aries on Aries with Gemini, and this is oh, hello Venus. This is air and fire really get on. They're not bound by gravity. They're both yang day signs. They want to take action. They want to move forward. They want to go, 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 go. So with all of these aspects, it's very much bringing fire and air together. Air can inspire with ideas, the passion that you feel. The passion of fire can help you bring in new creative ideas. So very, very supportive energy here. And now we've got it with Jupiter, which is another benefic. So we've got the two benefics talking to one another. This is big energy. This is really beautiful energy. They want to support you. They want to provide opportunities, lack a sense of abundance, a sense of appreciation and wisdom and creativity and inspiration, all of these beautiful things. And it's a sextile. So again, that's an aspect of Venus. She wants to help you out. She wants you to feel good. She wants you to feel valued. She wants to, there's a sense of harmony. There's a desire. There's an ease in relationships. There's an, it's not just, it can be the relationships that you have in your home, or the relationship that you have with your home. As I say, I focus on the inner work because then that mimics out in the relationship dynamics that you have. But it can also mean you're interacting from a space of wisdom and a space of creativity and love with your work and your home, and really being able to utilize this energy to help boost and give you a lot of strength moving forward. Not only that, but they are squaring, Venus is squaring Neptune in Pisces. Again, so we're dealing with that Pisces energy of your 3rd house of your communication. Neptune for me, everything all at once. Time is linear, cyclical, and all at once. All of those together, all the different frequencies, the dimensions, absolutely all the possibilities of our creative creator universe is embodies itself through Neptune in various ways. And this can make us very idealistic. It can also lead into delusion and fog with a square here. These things may come up. Be mindful of it, engage with it, but don't necessarily take it too seriously. Don't commit to it too hard. but also as I said, these are some unintegrated vibrational levels of squares with Neptune, but it can also be a very powerful manifestation of the dreams that you couldn't even possibly comprehend, and the value and love that you feed into it, and that creation energy of Venus, that attracting those dreams of how you communicate into your work, really allowing that communication to flow from a very higher vibrational level of connecting to pure source, being able to instigate routines and health, maybe do some very cosmic frequency-based health routines during this time, could be very, very potent. Anyway, a lot of abundant energy. So we've got Jupiter, Venus, both benefics. In modern astrology, they look at Neptune as a higher vibrational level of Venus. Again, these very sort of floaty, Neptune's very mystical, but there's this sense of expansion with Neptune, because there are no boundaries. This table exists and it also doesn't. Like it's all the possibilities. So you've got a lot of yeses at this time. And this is exactly happening 12 hours. So again, with the same with the other aspect, we'll feel this in the lead up and we'll feel it afterwards. And this is integrating in us on an energetic level. And this is on the 5th of May, so 12 hours later, I think, from the exact sextile with Jupiter. We've got a full moon in Scorpio, and this is a lunar eclipse. This is the final eclipse with the nodes still being in Scorpio and Taurus. We will have a Scorpio solar eclipse at the end of the year, but the nodes will have moved into Aries and Libra. So this is a culmination point. Full moons represent culmination, appreciation for everything that you've done. It can also represent endings and then new beginnings coming after it. You can't really have one without the other, but this is a culmination of everything that you've been doing in the Scorpio area of your chart. And you have Scorpio in your 11th house of hopes and dreams, friends, groups and alliances, and also the reaping the rewards of your 10th house. So we've got all this benefic energy happening just before that eclipse. I love it. I absolutely love it. So it's really framing that energy, because it'll still be around for that eclipse. It's really framing what's coming through with this very long journey that we've had with the nodes being in fixed signs. Fixed signs can struggle with change, but it's also for the longevity of us as a human species. And this is happening in your hopes and your dreams. You maybe culmination of dreams that you've had and dreams that you've wanted manifesting, bringing in communities that match your frequency, being able to reap maybe the work that you've been putting in your career and where you're headed. You're going to see a benefit of that. You're going to see support come through. So then the final part is how the energies are interacting with each other, engaging and cultivating in integrating in you and moving forward. So I'm going to shuffle for a little bit, see if the energies want any more cards to come out, and then I'll be doing some energetic work and moving the cards around with the energies. This is when I am quite quiet, because I quieten my mind in order to channel thinking and talking and channeling at the same time can be a little difficult. So this is be open to the pause and energetic experience of the energy work that's coming through, and do bear with me in this process. Sometimes the energies can go on for a while, sometimes they happen quite quickly. It all depends on what it is that they want to do. So this will now be probably a moment of pause. Capricorn. So we've got Venus's journey. Got Venus's journey, sort of also engaging with with what Mars has been doing in Gemini. Is so we've got cool. So we've got the five of wands. Got the Five of Wands, the Two of Wands, and the Six of Cups. So the Five of Wands, you know, I can understand with Mars moving through Gemini of like having so many different things to do, and none of it feels like it's endless. Like this is chaos energy where it feels like it's not getting anywhere. But with it being with the Two of Wands, it's like you've been getting the lay of the land, you've been establishing really strong foundations. Even if it's felt like this is helping you long-term, have long-term manifestation, because this is really setting you up to be able to go on a new adventure. And we got the Six of Cups, which is being able to, I feel with this Venus journey, of being able to look at things from, this is a gift from the past. This is being able to look at things in a new light, look at it with a fresh perspective, of really being able to see the sweetness in the journey. Venus is definitely helping bring the sweetness in. This is the Venus card. This is the Empress, of appreciating the 3D reality that you're in, the harvest, bringing in a sense of abundance with Venus moving through here, and really like harnessing the work that the I should imagine the very intense, potentially all over the place energy of Mars being in Gemini for you in the 6th house, of not necessarily feeling like you've got things nailed down properly, but Venus, the Empress energy of bringing that ability to there's that fertility, there's that growth of things that you've been working on. And we've got the Knight of Cups and the Ace of Cups. There's renewal with the Ace of Cups, and the Knight of Cups is really being able to defend what it is that you need on an emotional basis, and really be able to have an internal strength, but it's based on your emotional connection to things. But what am I trying to get out here? That it's not. It's the calm after the potential Mars energy coming through. There's an ease. Venus is coming to protect you and support you and nourish you. My hands have just gone over my heart chakra in your endeavor and give you that sense of replenishment. We're not dealing with a water sign, but I like the water energy coming through for you after that. It is a difficult house to access, that you're able to emotionally engage in these things with a sense of vitality, and looking at, the night is very romantic and very idealistic of being able to look at things in a very different light, and be able to take action based on that. So we've got for the sextile with Chiron. So Chiron in your 4th house of home, roots, foundations. It's the trauma that we've been through. It's not being able to express the I am, or going through a lot of work and struggling through a lot of internal spaces and questioning your inner authority. And we've got the Nine of Wands, and this is been through a lot of battles. You're kind of might have felt very burnt out with all of this fire energy but it's bringing up these encounters that you've had where you feel like constantly under threat in your home. Having Aries in the 4th house can be very combative, can lead to a lot of conflict, and be very much like, I'm not listening to anything other than my own opinion, and dealing with trauma linked into that, that you feel bombarded. You're still standing, you're still here, but there's an exhaustion. There's like, how can this never doesn't seem like it's ever going to change, but we've been doing a lot of work in there. We've been leveling up that area of our life, of bringing in our own internal authority. And what I like about all that energy in Aries is it's regenerating this figure. It's giving this figure energy again. It's vitality. The sun's there. You've got another the day after the 21st is the second Aries new moon of really boosting a new start, a new way of your own authority. And we've got the Eight of Pentacles, which is kind of acknowledging the hard work that's had to go in, but there's more appreciation with the Eight of Pentacles. This is knowing that every day is a school day, know that you're learning and growing, and that it wasn't a waste of time. That energy, what you've learned and moved through with that is helping you be able to have strength in the work that you do. It's given you dedication. It's given you dedication to be you and do work in a way that's very authentically yourself. And so we've got that Venus element of the High Priestess, of the intuition, of the power that you have internally, having been created by this conflict and the work that you've put in. That this is, you're able to draw in a lot of information, a lot of understanding. There's a real strength with the High Priestess of really helping that Chiron Venus energy of how you move through the world and the work that you take. The information that you are sharing is based from a deep wealth of intuitive knowledge. We've also got the King of Wands, which I like, of being in your own authority to take action, feeling very stable, and knowing that the actions that you take are facilitating your ability to work, your ability to look after yourself, and be able to instigate routines that give you fun and pleasure. Gemini very much likes stimulation. Whenever they do that and put the cards over, it's because whatever message has come through. We've got the Judgment card of this crowning it. This is a rising, all the pieces of you, all the integrations, all the parts of who you are changing frequency, changing that dynamic, releasing any trauma that may have blocked your ability to work in a way that you needed to work, or appreciate the work that you do, even if you are capable of putting in that really hard work, of not necessarily being able to see that and feel seen by that and see the value in what it is that you're doing. Or this is helping accentuate and raise that frequency of the value of your work and the value of taking care of your health and taking care of your routines as well. Sometimes with Gemini being there, you can burn yourself out in one area or another and not necessarily be able to bring all those three into balance. We have for the Jupiter sextile, something's coming in quickly, and this is shifting the hangman. The hangman is in reverse, and this is moving out of that limbo space, being able to take action, being in receipt of divine wisdom, with speed. Oh my God, they're wanting to move on quite quickly. And this 10 of Pentacles is what's coming through during this time is for your long-term legacy. Capricorn, I think of all the signs, I think you get the 10 of Pentacles the most, of what you're cultivating right now. It may feel a bit heavy and like constant, not necessarily reaping the rewards of it, but what you're doing is really setting you up for the long term, not only to facilitate yourself, but facilitate the community that you're a part of, and the wisdom that you're sharing of bringing the mundane and the spiritual together. I really love the speed. Like, this is like, go with it, go with what's the energy that's coming through, and you will know what to do. This is moving out of pause. This is now fast movement, and what the direction that you're heading in is for your long-term legacy. For the energies moving forward, we've got 2 3s, we've got duplicates. There's been lots of numerology duplicates in this reading so far. This is the 3 of Cups, the 3 of Pentacles. Love this combination. This is harmony with self, harmony with other people, connecting with people on a frequency, being able to enjoy the work that you're doing, knowing your own mastery, not doubting anymore the wisdom that you have to offer, knowing that this is collaboration of working. It's collaboration, working with people, of creating something beautiful and long lasting, but enjoying the process. Whoa. Right, I'm going to pull some clarification cards. So this is either going to add on little clues to some of the messages, confirm the messages that have already come through, or bring in new messages that may not have come up during the tarot. Right, this is the numerology deck. I put all the decks in the description box. If any of them take your fancy, what message wants to come through for Capricorn? Yeah, so they just, this is just really highlighting the sense of abundance and collaboration. Again, we're dealing with work, health, and routine. There's three things here of being able to integrate them in a way that is providing you strength and this sense of fertility of that 3D realm of really enjoying life, enjoying work, enjoying taking care of yourself, enjoying lots of enjoyment here, like reaping the benefits of the work that you've been doing, because it's definitely been the vibe in nearly every single reading that I've done for you, Capricorn, is you're working hard. You are working hard. Right, let's see what wants to come through. Messages and clarifications for Capricorn with Venus in Gemini. Whatever that means to you, Capricorn, whether it's something you've been neglecting, something you have understanding about, that's going to resonate with you in different ways. So that's with the Jupiter-Venus sextile, which is the 4th or 5th of May, leading up to that Scorpio full moon. Judgment. So we've got duplicates again. We've got not again, that was duplicates of numbers. We've got judgment and judgment. Results, decisions, outlooks, finality. So decisions to be made. I like that we've got these cards that are kind of saying you may have been questioning things and not sure where you're headed, but with this transit, understanding is going to come through, and with the Hangman in reverse, is very much like you're able to now make a decision. What other messages want to come through? Messages and open mind. So they went over to the wind card, which is very much that there's things coming in. You're gonna know. I just have this feeling that whatever this is, for whoever, this is maybe a personal message to somebody, that you are going to know and you're not going to have to question it. Oh, don't make my heart jump, Capricorn. Happy ending. Oh, this is lovely. This is also perhaps something you've been working on creatively, because we are dealing with Taurus as well, because Mercury's influencing this. That has been a long time in the making. That what did I want to do? That there is now movement and speed with that. As I said, that's just before the eclipse on the 5th of May. This is the Oracle of the Rising Sun. Let's see what message wants to come through. And then I might pull another card from a different deck. We'll see. I just like pulling cards for you guys. I really enjoy it. I like to see all the messages. Got authority. Got authority come through. Multifaceted, unique nature. Let yourself be seen. Knowing yourself, knowing the command that you have, knowing the wisdom that you have and the gifts that you have to offer. It's gone with an open mind. So that may resonate. Perhaps a message comes through from something that is seen as an authority in your life, that you need to sit and contemplate and work through. Or communicate to an authority about a decision. Or your own, sorry, I know this is a lot of different messages, but it's all going to be personal to you, and there's different frequencies of expressing your authority, and letting yourself be seen, and being really okay with the fact that you know what it is that you're talking about. Especially with Venus being in the 6th of work, of really being able to communicate and feel that sense of appreciation and value and love for what it is that you do and how you work, and the things that you are working on, and be able to express that in a strong way, but also with that very strong feminine energy of knowing who you are and knowing what it is you want, and wanting to provide this nourishment and out into the world. Just had an energetic release. Right. Is there any more? Is there a message? What final card, guys? Final card. So that's Mars in Capricorn. So for those of you who might have Mars in Capricorn, that might be personal messages to you. Final message. Final message. No, that's 2. That was love, partnership, and intuition. Take what resonates, guys. Take what resonates. There's also perseverance. I feel like you've been persevering over something quite a lot. Okay, this deck's being crazy. Right, final message. One card. Final message. Right, the perseverance. You've persevered through that chaos energy. You've made it out the other side. I don't like it when they do that, when they do it like behind, when they do the past message as the final message. I want to end on something that's like more informative than that, because you've experienced that. You know what you've been through. This isn't illuminating anything new, guys. I've got organization. Communicating to an organization, sharing your wisdom. Also got friendship. Interesting. Well, not that actually, I'd forgotten about those cards. So yeah, really being able to collaborate and bring in energy, work colleagues, people that you can commune with and have fun with, but also what you're doing and what you're creating is for long-term legacy. I'm going to leave it at that. What else wanted to come through with that? So yeah, like really feeling supported in your work as well, and like feeling a kinship with the people that you are working with. A kinship and integration and a friendship between your work, health, and routine balance. Right, okay. Really, one more. One more. Okay, we just got the Hanged Man again, but that is a duplicate message. So I want a new message, please, guys. I'm being demanding. Okay, I've got the Star card. potential success, happy endings, another double, promising beginnings. But this is also very much about knowing yourself, deep emotional healing. This is the hope and dreams after the issues that may have come through, knowing your own stardom, knowing the light that you're shining, and the wealth of healing that you can bring through for yourself and for the collective, and however that manifests, of shining brightly and being supported and facilitated. Right, okay, Capricorn, I'm leaving it at that. Thank you so much for spending time with me and sharing your energy. It means a lot to me, as well as generally just really appreciating. I'm repeating myself, I'm sorry. I am at 5 hours. If any of this resonates, there are many ways you can help pay it forward and share this energy out in the world so YouTube pushes it further out. I name them all in the introduction, but on a personal note, I'd love to hear from you. I'd love to see how the astro weather is affecting you, and so yeah, be good to yourself, Capricorn. Be good to other people, and be well until we meet again.